get started?
I think we're ready.
Okay. Well, I guess we should do the pledge and all like we would regular. Don't think it just works. Could I have Miss Shelley Clothier come forward, please? Have a seat. Yeah, absolutely.
Center of attention.
Look, we just wanted to bring you in here. I can tell you, I've been around here for a while myself, but I don't know of many people that served Kent County for 40 years. And that's a special accomplishment. And,
Well, especially when she started at 1.
yeah. The part that we deal with is, I can't believe you're 40 years old.
That's
Sorry,
exactly-
You don't look 40 years old.
Exactly.
But I bet you can count, I don't know, I'm just guessing now, and somebody could prove me wrong, but I bet I don't know over 4 or 5 people that's ever made it in Kent County that long. Janice Fletcher, I guess Carter Stanton. But 40 years is a long, that's quite an accomplishment. And it deserves more than just sticking her head in there and saying congratulations. It's a special day. We've prepared a little certificate of appreciation that I'd like to read to you. Simply says, Certificate of Appreciation. This is to certify that Shelley Clothier is hereby recognized for 40 years of exemplary service and dedication with the County Commissioners of Kent County. Such commitment and devotion are admired and well respected by all of those who have had the honor and privilege of working with Mrs. Clothier throughout the many years of service. We, the County Commissioners of Kent County, Maryland, thank you for your continued service, devotion, and dedication. Signed, the County Commissioners of Kent County, Maryland, Ronald H. Fithian, President, Albert H. Nickerson, Member, John F. Price, Member, dated November 7th, 2023. And on behalf of all the employees of the county and the citizens of Kent County, it's our privilege to present you with this certificate.
Good start, young lady. That's a good start.
Very nice. Well, it's a pleasure to have you working here, and you're certainly going to be, when that day comes, whenever, and we hope it's not for a long, long time, your shoes are going to be hard to fill. Thank you. You're welcome. And when I come in here, I thought the flowers were for me, and I was going to say, but congratulations.
Congratulations, Shelley.
Very
Very
good.
much. My heart was pounding when Shelley came in. I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Once again, that's a great accomplishment.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
I still don't think you're 40 years old, but I'll figure that. I don't know how you can look like that and have 40 years working for the county of all things and still look that good. All right, Shelley, you want to start us off with,
Terrific, absolutely. So at the
and wait,
end,
I apologize. And let me say, it's a great looking group here. It's this, I like this idea of every once in a while having our department heads in and getting a chance for us to interact with you. And look, we just congratulated Shelley, but we have some great employees in Kent County, and it's good to see you all, and it's good to be able to chat with you like this for the 3 commissioners. And so that's enough of that.
thank you. We are going to start today with the legislative bond initiatives. As you know, you heard two proposals from groups here in Chestertown. One was the town of Chestertown, and one was a joint proposal from the town of Millington and a nonprofit, a local nonprofit for a senior housing. Because there were only two, today we had anticipated really discussing the merits of each and a prioritization and which ones you would like to support going into the legislative session over in Annapolis. But there were the two that were proposed, and basically today is an opportunity for you to discuss freely amongst yourselves whether or not you want to write a letter of support for the two projects.
Very good. Well, the first project was the Millington Senior Village, and I think there's been some updates that have come recently. Mr. Frank Hodges is in the audience with us today. Frank, you want to come up front? And you don't get to sit in this chair unless you've been here 40 years.
That's a hard act to follow.
Yeah, really. But Frank, why don't you tell us? I guess everybody got the printout? I left one here. Frank,
It's
give
in
it
the
to me. I had a meeting with Gary Fellows and Scott from People's Bank, and Frank was there and they asked me to join in on the meeting just to get a kind of update of where this project stands. And I left a couple copies for them, so they'll have a chance to look it over after this. But you can go ahead and highlight where we're at in this project, what the hurdles are. We got to try to figure out if in fact we go that route.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help this morning, and appreciate the opportunity to speak again before you. As you know, and please, if you cannot hear me, and the folks in the back, if you can't hear me, let me know, please. But things move quickly at the state, and I think it was the day I returned from the presentation last week here, I did reach out to some staff people at the state. And what the problem has been for the longest time is that, quite frankly, there's a pipeline of projects. The state can approve roughly 30 projects that go through the Department of Housing and Community Development, CDA, Community Development Administration. They can approve probably somewhere between 15, more like 30 a year, somewhere between those numbers, and I've been told it's closer to 30. The Millington project's been bouncing back in numbers, and it's not that we always rise to the top, as you can imagine. It's not just a progression that occurs. That is, sometimes projects come in and they get a priority. Other financing comes into place. Other financing has to be used by a specific date. And there's a lot of different variables that go into determining whether or not a project moves forward. The word that I got back last week was that the state is considering the Millington project as having a $1.5 million gap. And that's because we do not have the funding in place. We have the local bond initiative, which, as everybody knows, that would be submitted in December, might get approved when the governor signs the budget in April or May. So that means that we don't know. And in fact, we don't even know whether or not the project is considered a priority at this point for the Kent County jurisdiction. So one of the key points we're wrestling with is, one, they won't underwrite that application. They won't begin to underwrite the application. And underwriting is basically making sure that all of the debt service can be supported, all of the grant funds, if they're being paid out of cash flow, can be repaid at a reasonable date, whether the general contractor is under contract and it's a firm, hard contract. That's what we're looking to do, but the state's not willing to do that until we know whether or not we can bridge that $1.5 million gap. So coming before you today, and when we spoke with Commissioner Fithian before, we advised him that we're faced with a situation where we're trying to overcome that gap in order to do the processing. We were initially scheduled to close in state fiscal year 24, which will end June 30th of this next year, okay, 2024. But now we can't close until sometime, perhaps, in state fiscal year 25. So that's July 1 next year through June 30, what is that, 25? Yeah. So we are at a point where we're looking for ways to bridge the gap, and any suggestions that you all might have in terms of the way we can move that project forward, we'd love to hear it. We're extremely gratified by the fact that Kent County has gotten behind the project the way that it has. The fact that you donated the property basically for $1 to the town, and that we've been working with the town with building permitting process, laying out the site, making sure that there's adequate water and sewer in place for the property for the project to proceed. And then also, we're keeping a waiting list from people who in the area want to live there. So I know that the folks at the Office of Aging are very interested in supporting the project, and we've talked with them in the past. We're going to need to update letters of support, and we would appreciate your assistance in helping us identify perhaps any additional sources that we might be able to use to bridge that gap. And we're also hopeful that you'll recommend our project to be approved by the delegation as a local bond initiative.
Now,
So-
Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've just told us that we have $1.5 million gap, but I also read where your outfit could come up with $500,000 of that, which left only $1 million.
Well, we can fill that 1.5 million with another $500,000 that might come, I have to put the word might because they've told me I need to do that, through the Weinberg Foundation. So Weinberg, though, told me that you can't tell anyone that we're committed, but everyone wants to be the last in. And Weinberg has to go through the process whereby the trustees would say, have had a chance to review the project and then say, okay, but the trustees only meet at certain times. I feel fairly confident, based on the interactions and discussions that we've had with the Weinberg staff, that our project would stand a very good chance to be funded. So there's where that $500,000 could come in. And in addition to that, out of a $1.8 million development fee that we had built into the project, we put back into the project 1.7. So in other words, we've been working on this project since 2015, which means that we would be doing the project right now with the financing that we proposed for $100,000 as an organization. And so that's not a good business model for us to follow. We are a nonprofit, and yet we have to be able to turn on the lights and keep lights on, et cetera. So at this point, I left $1.7 million in the deal just to keep the project going. Now the pipeline's gotten to the point where they said, we're not willing to keep this going. You got to show us that you can do the project. So you need to identify ways that you can overcome this gap. So.
And the total of the project is 16 million something.
$16,550,624, right, sitting here today. That does change, but it's going to be close to that. It'll be, more often than not, it goes above that. So once we get hard numbers which we have not, our general contractor has not gone out and had his subs bid on the project yet.
This project, and you correct me if I'm just from memory, this is a 50-some unit facility?
52, yeah.
52-unit facility, and this is not using the school at all.
No, it's not.
This is building 52 senior apartments,
Yep, yeah.
and the school it's different plans for that, but we're using the property,
Yes.
but not the building.
Yeah.
For this project.
I mean, the thought would be is to try to coordinate as much as we could with, like the ball fields, because they're going to have electrical needs. They're going to need transformers and things like that. If we use our purchase power and we're able to kind of put in the infrastructure, roads, curb cuts, things like that they may need, the idea is if we've got a local contractor who's doing those things, is that we could save, I think, some money in terms of, when we're putting in the infrastructure. So things like electricity, high-speed internet, roads, things of that nature that might have to go in not only where the ball fields are, but the town itself wants to put in some other improvements in the back over by the water tower, where that water tower is located. And so I think that it would give a boost to those types of considerations, as well as the fact that you've got a real, that's mostly state and federal and equity money that's going to be going in private equity. money that's not equity that's coming out of just our pockets or another grant source. That's tax credit equity that would come from an investor. So a lot of outside investment would be brought to the town to enable them to, one, get some momentum going on the old school, and two, get the senior housing as was a requirement for when the property was conveyed. They had to develop it within 5 years in order to get senior housing built and to get senior housing built there. And I think it would also be a shot in the arm for the ball fields as well over there. Yeah.
Any other questions?
How many square feet are the units?
They're going to range somewhere about, what we built at Cecilton was 904 to about 825. So we're going to be in that same ballpark. About let's call it 825 to 904, use the same numbers per unit.
According to that math, it's around $318,000 per unit.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a lot per square foot.
Yes, it is, and that's actually an astute observation. There's in our group, among our colleagues in the state, that's a sort of a median figure. That's not because these are slab on grade, these are cottage style, one roof system, maybe with some jumps in it and things like that. It's not a complicated structure, there's no elevators.
Right.
So it's not a complicated structure, but that's about what it comes out to be, to build publicly what that is. And then what happens is the state says, okay, you're going to pay that back over time, but we'll reduce the interest rates because you've got people who don't pay that much. They don't pay market rate rent.
Right.
So, yeah, but that's accurate. You're right. It's a eye-popping
Well,
number.
I guess what I have learned sitting in this chair is things seem to be a little more expensive in the public sector than they do in the private sector.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you
I
can't
guess
do it.
that's part of it. but
We have a
it's
project
lot.
in Cambridge where we're really struggling because of those prices.
Yeah.
Project down there that's, as well. Yep, yeah. So,
We, so we would be, we're sort of, the idea is we got to, in order to move this project forward somehow, or maybe not, obviously, we're $1 million, hopefully, if this other comes through, we're $1 million short. We got it.
yeah. If we could find a way that we could show the state that we've got that $1 million gap, then what I would do is go back and provide them whatever documentation we had to that, and then I would move the Weinberg funds forward. So at that point, it's not that we're off to the races, but let's say that we're all lining up on that line where you start the race. And that's where we'd submit to the state, say, here's what we've got, here's where we are today. Some of the people who are close to the project know that this is extremely important. That is at the state level. They know it's important. They know we've been working on it for a long time. But I think that we really do need to give it this extra push at this point in order to try to convince people there that we're serious. We're very serious about it. So your help in making that happen would be very, very much appreciated. And I can tell you that we would love to get this thing started as soon as we could, because obviously as long as time keeps moving on us, prices are going to be going up. We're always hopeful that they'll come back down a little bit more to reality, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing that like with contractors and subs and materials, prices are not coming back off where they were. They're a little better, but not better, much.
Now, what happens if we were to put in for this bond initiative, and we got, do we have time to wait for that to see how that turns out?
You can, but the problem you would have is that the Kent County qualified as a difficult development area back in it's lost its difficult development area designation, which is provided by HUD through data that's provided by the Treasury Department. You lost that designation back in '23, so that I have until the closing of '25 to get this project completed in order to get what's called a basis boost. I think we're going to put everybody to sleep here in a minute. So what happens is that basis boost gives us 30% more equity. So where I've got $6.5 million in equity, I'd lose 30% of that come the end of '25, if we don't have it. So, yeah, we can wait, but my thought is, if the county commissioners have a source of funds that they could put in, and I don't know that you do, let me sit here today to tell you that I don't, I would say that it would be interesting to work with the delegation to see if we can't kind of put one there and then back the other one off if the local bond initiative is successful. I think we could leverage them both, maybe even decrease one and say, we need you to come in at another amount, but I think I'd like to throw that out there as a possible, in the way of a thought. That is, I don't know, Shelley, if this works. Budget people would have to tell me, your Treasury Department of Finance, whether if you said we'll bridge that gap, but only up until the amount that the local bond initiative doesn't carry you, and then let's say that the local bond initiative comes in at 750, then we would back down the county participation off of that, off the $1 million, down to this 25, would it be at that point, if we're gonna shoot for $1 million? Or 500? Do you understand the concept? I don't know if that's permissible, but I'm thinking, why not leverage the county to the local bond initiative? And that also allows me to leverage, if the county puts in now, that allows me to go after Weinberg. And then Weinberg, then I start pulling all these pieces together so that hopefully come, let's call it late summer, maybe fall of '24, we'd get our construction closing on the project. So that means all $16 million is in place. So not only is the construction money, but the permanent financing, everything would be in place at that point.
But really what's being asked is a budgetary question. And today, we are simply looking at whether or not you want to support the LBI. If you want to start talking about support in another way, that's probably another, excuse me, another conversation for an actual meeting. In work sessions, we don't actually do motions and seconds and move forward with actions.
No, I don't intend,
Yeah.
we're not gonna come up with, make any decisions today.
Right.
We're just hearing things out, and then we'll,
That's good.
when this was first brought to me, and look, I'm not sure how we can do this, or if we can, or even if we all want to. We haven't had a chance to even discuss it in that light yet. But I was wondering about, that's why I mentioned something to you this morning, Shelley, about our project up there on the Wharton, putting that water, extending the water and sewer. That was the money that Governor Hogan put in that the Upper Shore Regional Council
Yep.
come up with, and it was up to us to we picked out 3 projects, one being the wastewater treatment plant, the design of that in the Millington area. The second one was going into Dixon Valve in that new industrial park there, which would open up land for someone that wanted to have a business and all there. And then this out to Wharton it was $1.6 million, I think, we allocated for extending the water and sewer up that road for the same purpose, so that it's ready if somebody wants to build something. And we have to spend that money. It was funny coming in here this morning on 1090 radio station, they were talking about this, and not Kent County, but the whole program where, no, that was the ARPA money that's got to be spent by September of next year.
So that's the schools. We are on a different timeline, but I bet you were listening. Were they talking about the schools and their ARPA money? I've seen that on the news a lot
Yeah,
lately.
they were. So that's a different, they
Yeah,
have a
they
different
have a little bit different timelines than we do.
Anyhow,
same
I was
concept.
just wondering, and I actually, just for the sake of conversation, and I promise nobody nothing, because I'm one commissioner, but, so wonder if, is it too late if we wanted to redirect a million of
think-
that dollar?
I think it is.
Well, I called Susan O'Neill, who is in charge of the Upper Shore Regional Council, and I asked her, and she said the same thing. She said, Ronnie, it probably is, but I will ask.
Yep.
I will just throw that out there as to see if, because The other two things we're bound for, we have to do the wastewater treatment plant, we have to do the entrance going into Dixon Valve, we've committed there. But then the $1.6 million that we were gonna just use to run water and sewer, wonder if $1 million of that could be redirected to a different project. And she was supposed to check into it. She said, my hunch is that we're too late, but I'm not gonna say that without knowing for sure. So anyhow, well, Frank, look, like we said, we're here to listen and to talk about some different items, and we'll have some things to talk about after the fact, but, listen, there's, all three of us sitting up here would love nothing more than to see your project take place, and, thanks for coming in and answering some questions.
Sure, thank you for your help. Appreciate it today.
Anybody, any other further questions? Anybody?
No, I think, but I like where you're going with that. I mean, we got basically almost a shovel-ready project here, ready to go. So
I mean,
if we could do
housing in the
that.
county
Right.
is a priority, I think, especially senior housing and stuff in the county, I think. And, you know, it would still leave 600,000 that we could do a little,
Absolutely.
Yep. Come up the road a little bit with that water and sewer. So
So
that was
Mike-
just something we reached out to, just,
Yep, absolutely. Mike will be able to talk to that project in particular when he comes up later
and I didn't know
today.
where the project was, whether we've bid it out or anything
Yep.
yet, but we'll get to
So
that.
he can give you a full status on that, but as well, we're under very strict guidelines on when that money has to be spent by, and I don't know that this project will meet that criteria.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing hurts, it doesn't hurt to
Correct.
ask.
Right.
Yeah.
Frank, thank you for coming in.
Thank you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Appreciate it.
The next project, is there anybody here to talk about that, Shelley, or?
No, nobody's here to talk about it. So basically, we're just looking for consensus, whether or not you want us to write letters of support or not. And if you do, we will prepare them and put them on an agenda for an official action for both of these projects.
And to just briefly talk about the Chestertown, it's that walkway around the waterfront, basically, down around the Armory and,
Right.
which is, so we have to, you think we have to decide which one of those, or
No, you can
or
support
how we're
both.
gonna handle both? I mean, they're both good projects.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take anything away from either one of them.
We didn't know if we were gonna get 10 LBI proposals or the 2 that we received. So if you got 10, and you had 10 different presentations a couple weeks ago, you might wanna prioritize and really pick the ones that you feel are in the best interest of the county to throw your support behind for a delegation to take forward.
Right.
You only received 2. You're more than welcome to write letters of support for both. The delegation's not gonna, nobody's gonna frown upon that. If there's one you feel is more important than the other, you could write a letter of support for one or the other, or you could write a letter of support for neither.
I mean, I'm like Ronnie, I think they're both great projects. I think the one in town that we're talking about does kind of bring the community and the college together a little bit, which I'm all for. And would maybe even hopefully enhance the future Armory project as well. So I think that's, all to be considered in the support of that personally.
John, any comments?
I actually agree with what both you and Albert have both said. If I had to prioritize, I think the Milliken project would benefit the county more so than the one that is being proposed by Chestertown. But I do think that they're both great projects for the community, for the county as a whole. But I do understand that housing is a real issue here in the county, especially senior housing, affordable housing. And I don't have a problem writing or supporting 2 support letters
Absolutely.
with a little more emphasis on the Milliken project.
But,
Yeah, suits me.
then that's a unanimous, that, we all
Wonderful.
agree on that then.
Excellent.
All right?
So, and then that leads us into the next section of today's agenda. Because we only had two to review and discuss, we thought it would be a good opportunity to bring some of the directors in so that you can have a conversation about how it's been going in FY '24 in each of their specific departments. So this is a very informal type of a session, conversational. And we are going to start with Pete Landon, Director of Emergency Services, Office of Emergency Services.
Welcome, Pete.
Morning.
Nice to have you.
Director?
Can't believe they make the new guy go first, but
You guys pretty seasoned.
That's right.
I'm gonna go good.
This chair, so I don't have to look at it.
I'd rather look at the chair.
Good morning. I'll just give you a quick update of some of the stuff that's been going on since this quarter began. One of the most important ones, and Commissioner Price, you were out there, the work at the EMS Lynch Station has begun. The Department of Public Works people are out there working on the floors right now. So that came together pretty quick, and we really appreciate your assistance with moving that forward. The other thing to that regard with working with DPW, there was mention of thinking in the future for the EMS station. And one of the things that I was directed to do, and I said I would do, was go talk to my counterparts in Caroline and Cecil County, which I've done both. I've gotten all their notes and blueprints, and Dan Madison and I will be sitting down tomorrow with our EMS crew just to kind of get an idea of what we would like to propose, recommend, or discuss with you moving forward. But as far as projects go, not only the repair in Lynch, but I think moving on, considering a future project at Vickers Drive is going pretty quick. The only other thing with DPW is also their assistance with the heat. Apparently right now, the Office of Emergency Services is getting the better end of that deal because it's
Sitting
at
in the
least
back
tolerable
cringing.
downstairs. I don't even want to turn around and see if the warden's here. Because I think, I think in trying to regulate it, we kind of, if I get cold, I have to go upstairs, and if he gets hot, he has to come downstairs. But DPW is working with the systems that you're definitely aware of, Commissioner Price, towards making it habitable. The Emergency Services Board has been reconstituted, and the EMS Council has submitted a nomination or a recommendation that we'll be getting to you for consideration in the EMS Council. I'm not sure whether you've received that yet or not, but that'll be coming in the future. And one of the important things about not only the EMS Council, but as Emergency Services Board, is to go over the kind of the ongoing discussion of EMS billing and where the county should be. There were some arrangements that were in effect not being followed. So again, we want to take a look at that using our volunteer fire companies as well as our EMS company, and trying to come to you with a plan that's the best fit for the county. So that will be forthcoming. As far as planning, the other thing I want to talk about was AED expansion, the defibrillators. We're getting prices, and we'll get we will be recommending locations for you to expand the AEDs. Right now, we're looking at Wharton Park, the Bulkhead Waterfront in Rock Hall, and Betterton Beach. And one of the important things about Betterton Beach was, had Parks and Rec not been there, had the lifeguards not been there, and that facility open, there would have been no access to any of that equipment. So what we're planning to do is to mount the equipment that we're receiving on county property. That way it kind of cuts down on the cost, but also it makes it accessible all the time. So there'll be more to come on that. As far as planning is concerned, Brian Pearsall's staying pretty busy creating
working through and creating plans. So we did create an emergency preparedness plan, which we all kind of saw come to fruition in September when you recognized that, and thank you very much. We're working on an active assailant plan for Kent County and Kent County properties, and it's not just active shooters, kind of a little bit of everything. I know there have been some concerns with what's going on, and it's just a collective planning with the use of the Sheriff's Department on what to do, how to do, and plan contingencies to make sure we're secure as we can be. We actually just met recently with the Emergency Operations Committee at Washington College, which is one of the bigger facilities that are in this area, as well as we reinvigorated the local emergency planning committee, and that involves not only public but private. So people like Dixon Valve, Lamont Chemical, the college, the county, some of the state offices, and it's just more so. It was a group that existed before that had kind of gone by the wayside, but just to make sure that everybody's thinking on the same sheet of paper and to come up with a comprehensive idea of what exactly, the term I like to use is what keeps everybody up at night. What do we worry about? What should we as a committee be looking to being ready for? In the EMS world, under Chief Logan Quinn, the new trucks are in service. You might see them around town there, the Chevy Blazer looking medic units, and they're working out pretty well. Other than that, there's not really that much else going on. The 911 center continues to work under our communications chief, Brad Russum. And one of the things that's interesting there is the cleanup, and I know Administrator Heller has been there, but I'd welcome any one of you to come and take a look at. The EOC has kind of been returned to the way it should, and it's become, I won't say vibrant, but it's a used facility. The Sheriff's Department and the detention center use it for training and meeting. It was kind of a location that turned into a storage area that we've kind of gotten back to being able to use for the purpose where it was stated. The personnel hires that we've had, we have hired Valerie Jones, who is the administrative specialist that works between emergency services, police accountability board, as well as the detention center. She's working out very well. We've hired some full and part-time paramedics. You've met some of them, but Melissa Dixon is full-time. She's actually Chief Ron Dixon from Chestertown's wife. She's with us full-time now as a paramedic. Brandon Bonner, and then we have Otis Darling, Brandon McGinnis, and Will Davis, who are part-time EMTs. One of the things that's very important about is trying to not only keep Logan Quinn's duty workload low, but also make sure that we provide the coverage that you've come to expect of us, and that's why those new hires are so important. And it's really, it's been a pleasure to work with Jim Miller and his crew. They're doing interviews right now for 911 specialists. Without their support, we would still have a lot of vacancies. So even with them not having a full crew, they've been able to support us and keep us moving the direction that we'd like to move. The last thing, the 911 specialists, I know there was discussion at the last meeting. We're still recruiting and testing candidates. And I can tell you that also for the Police Accountability Board, Accountability Officer Consultant, we are recruiting, and we'll make a recommendation based on interviews and all that for you. Other than that, in a nutshell, that's really all I have to say, other than I appreciate the assistance that I get from Administrative Heller and her crew, as well as everybody else in the county government since I've been here. I have a lot of questions, and sometimes I think I'm playing Columbo, and it's because I really don't know. But thank you all.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I saw you writing.
Yeah.
You saw me writing.
Yeah,
I just do.
trained observer.
I didn't want to miss anything. Well, first off, I think that with you coming in as our new director, you've made some very, very positive changes for the good of the county and also for the good of the employees that actually work there. I was wondering, when you reached out to your partners from Caroline and Cecil, do you have a ballpark number?
I would say I do not, because Cecil is Taj Mahal. And right now they have two facilities that are being built. I actually went to facilities that were built some time back, and that was, one was a pole barn type structure. And from his memory, that was around $250,000, but that was way back when. The two fancier ones that are slated, I want to say they've put at $5.5 million apiece, which is whole other side of the spectrum. As far as Caroline County was, that's a little bigger structure, 2-story. He didn't have the exact figures, but Dan and I are going to sit down tomorrow, and with his expertise, he could probably be able to pick out a lot quicker than I could what is suitable. I know that the engineering firm Crabtree provided Dan with some of the information on the drafts that they made up. So trying to get an idea of what we envision and to build responsibly with expansion in mind and not overbuild. It needs to be a functional working facility, not one that has to be, glass facade and marble floor. So very long story, or a very long answer to your question is not exactly. And because of the age of the construction projects, I don't know that the prices that they had would even be valid. I'm sure Crabtree provided you all a price or an estimate of what the facility that they had planned. And one of the things that I want to make sure that we do is include our EMS staff, because they're the ones that know the internal needs. One of the things that Caroline and Cecil County directors were quick to point out was what they wouldn't do again. And I think that's important. Just as we know what we have in Lynch or any other facility, we know what won't work, and we need to make sure that translates from the users, the end users, to the engineers, to make sure we build what's best for everybody.
And I did more than just write one thing down. I'm very familiar with your HVAC issues in that building. The warden and I were together for a lot of years. We know the issues. It's a failing system. We're also looking at the regional jail project. We've got a tour coming up. We've got a meeting coming up on the 9th in Centerville. And we've also kicked the can down the road on the public safety complex when we were working on the budget. At some point, and I guess this is more of a conversation when Mike does his presentation, but at some point, the county, in my opinion, needs to evaluate whether that existing building can be renovated properly and efficiently to house the EOC, the sheriff's office, and other county offices that we are currently paying a pretty considerable amount of rent annually for. And if it is, then that's fine. And if it's not, then that building probably needs to eventually come down. You're in the basement. You should never have been put in the basement, but that's where they put you. I would hate to see us go into a lot of expense, although we have to provide a good working environment for the employees, but to go into HVAC is pretty expensive work. And I would hate to see us spend a lot of money on an HVAC system that might get demolished in 3 years, 4 years. To me, I'd rather see us think about it, instead of doing that, find you another temporary location that provides what you need. Of course, you've got infrastructure there, so you've got those issues. So, and when I say infrastructure, I'm talking about the towers and all that stuff there. It's a real problem, and I hate to see us spend good money on something that's kind of stupid, in my opinion, to do. Although,
It sounds like Johnson Controls has you specifically, heating issues under control right now. There was a valve that was,
There we go. There's a valve that was stuck or closed, and an intake that actually allowed fresh air in the system.
that's what they always say.
Well,
And I'm sure it was.
but I can tell you, between Mike's crew and Johnson Controls, they're there. And I guess it's a compromise of one system deciding who's going to get heat, who's going to get air. And if they can find a happy medium between the warden and I think it'd be great. Apparently Sheriff Hickman has figured out a way to circumvent all that with those split units. But I agree with the money, and it's kind of the same thought that we had with the Lynch Station. You know, what we need to get through a transition period, for lack of better words, or decide a way forward. And again, everybody's trying their best. It's just, it wasn't engineered in the right in the first place, apparently.
it's tropical upstairs, right?
It can be very, very tropical. I know in the deputies' room, where is the old state police detachment, we had a thermometer in there just so we could tell how hot it really was in there. And there were days it was pushing 90 degrees in there. That is not an exaggeration. You could not stand to be in there.
He probably thought it was 90 degrees
Well,
because
you
his
know, I'm-
mother-in-law.
Yeah, exactly.
I bet it wasn't
It
over
was a-
72.
It was a
anyway.
cold
I-
68 is what it was. He thought it
What
was
did the
92.
other folks say it was?
Yeah.
the thermometer was almost on 98.
I can attest to that being factual, known what we go through, and what the warden was glad to come here to avoid today.
Well, that's why those split units were put in, because it was just unbearable. So, the only other question that I have, the county has a take-home car policy. If you're on call or you have to respond in, like with the deputies, for instance, it's a 20-mile radius. I had someone tell me that one of the paramedic cars was seen down around Queenstown, coming to work. And I know that's where the chief lives.
I would have to check into that.
But if it's beyond 20 miles. and
Correct.
I didn't realize that we had paramedics taking home.
I'll
take-home
check into
cars,
that.
Because I don't think we've ever allowed that in the past. And if we want to, then that's fine.
I can tell you, and
I don't know what the value is, having a take-home car in Queenstown to respond to an emergency here. That doesn't make sense to me. But maybe I'm wrong if somebody.
I agree with you, and not knowing, I know there was an instance in the past where if there was a late meeting or training, it made more sense, but I'm not going to answer that. I'll double check the commute and take home. The vehicles aren't normally used for take home. I know all the other ones sit at the stations and/or at Vickers Drive. So I can check with you, or check and get back to you on that.
And I don't have a date when this happened either.
I think it's a general knowledge where I can get an answer pretty quick for you.
And if it's something that you want to put in place as a policy, then I think we need to have a discussion about it. But to me, it just doesn't make sense, unless we had an airline go down here in the county. There's enough paramedics, there's 3 working every shift, plus the squad's working with their paramedic. Not that we couldn't use the extra help on some big incident, but it's unlikely, I hope, that it would
No,
ever
I
happen.
mean, I agree 100%. And like I said, the only instance is if there's out-of-area training or a late meeting where
And that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
And-
I'll get back to you.
And we I was gonna absolutely echo that, and that's countywide, so if somebody, especially if they live in the direction of a meeting, and the meeting is first thing in the morning, it makes more sense for them to take home a vehicle overnight and go from their house than anything else, but that's by case.
I just didn't know
By
whether it was a
exception.
routine, and if it's
Right.
not, then that's fine.
Not to my knowledge, but I'll check.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
One thing, Pete, the facilities that I'm getting back to the first thing you were talking about the replacing the facility in Lynch. And you've visited some. Did you say you have visited the one in Caroline?
Yes, sir.
And you've done some?
And
of-
in Cecil.
And in Cecil.
3 in Cecil, yes.
Are they strictly facilities that, I don't want to make light of it, but that they house the paramedics, EMTs and stuff? Or do some of them have more than that in those?
In Ridgely, it's adjoining and that's the newest one in Caroline County. It's attached to the Ridgely Volunteer Fire Company. So it's one structure. The EMS side is on one side, and that's the county, and then the other side is the fire company. The EMS headquarters in Denton is standalone, as was I went to Chesapeake City and Calora, and they're both standalone up in Cecil County. So it's not a combined thing. Now, the one in Calora is actually at Public Works Complex, so there's a fuel farm, paint shop, radio shop on that footprint, but it's a separate building.
But they're basically facilities to house or to take the place of Lynch.
Yes.
You don't have 911 or any of that in some?
There's, there's.
I got you. Okay. I'm just curious. Any other questions?
I do think it's, you're looking at two separate types of builds. One, for instance, the one that Crabtree designed is more of a foundation, walls up type of building. I don't know that the county financially, we should look at that, but I don't know that we are financially able to move forward with a building of that type. My vision would be something on the level of what Chesapeake City has, with the pole building done very, very nicely, but no marble floors and all that stuff like you said. So, but I mean something that is suitable for that type of work, and at a much reduced cost, I would think.
I agree, and 100%. And I can tell you, in conversation with Dan yesterday, I asked him if he knew the cost of the Parks and Rec building that was built recently
$409,000.
in Morton. But that's at least a gauge, whether again, that much is going to be spent or not. But it's definitely less than the foundation.
Well, as you know, after our meeting at lunch, I left and met Dan at the Parks and Rec building just to take a look at it. It's a much bigger building probably than we would need for
Correct.
an EMS facility, even with future growth. I think Greg Welch mentioned that it was like 60 by 100 is the number that he came up with as far as the width and the length. Probably doesn't need to be 60 foot deep, and maybe it does need to be 75, but I don't know that it needs to be 100. And pole barns, there's some pretty nice looking pole barns around. And I don't think they would be $400,000. right, Albert?
No, they shouldn't be, but again, it's a different seat up here than it is out there, for sure.
I'm pretty sure I know exactly what you have in mind, and that's what we'll work towards.
It's just a suggestion.
One that I agree with.
Very good.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Oh, and I'm gonna give every department head, Pete, I know you have my cell phone number, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because whenever department head comes up, I want, if you need to talk to me, I'm gonna give you my cell phone number. Because that's the only way that I can know exactly what the issues are that you're dealing with.
And I agree with that too. I think they ought to have all of theirs, to tell you the truth. Pat Merritt's up.
I'll just use this.
Good morning.
As a matter of fact, we could even take it one step further. I just got excuse me a minute, Pat, but we just got a email the other day with all the phone numbers of the different departments. As far as I'm concerned, I think we ought, if my colleagues don't care, I'd just soon you put my name and cell phone number on that sheet for the employees to be able to call, or the department heads if they need.
I'm in agreement as well.
Thank you.
Okay, well, good morning. What I passed out to you was kind of an org chart. I think you're all familiar with our department, and kind of just the main functions that we do, just as some information for you. Right now, we are finishing up the audit. In a couple months, we'll be back into the budget, which you've all experienced before. So that's kind of where we
Like a
stand.
revolving door, and in fact.
Yeah, one closes and one opens. I'll be in probably before the end of November with the audited financial statements for you. They're sitting with the auditors right now and they're reviewing them, so we'll go over the final statements. I guess as far as an update, I guess what I wanted to chat with you about was the focus of the department really for the last couple years has been technology improvements. So this year, we finally got our online platform running with taxes and the utility bills online. And you can make your payments online and they directly interface with our software. So that was a huge help to the office. So that's been up and running and is really working well for us. We also changed our credit card vendor, and that has allowed us to have all of the departments have the ability to do point-of-sale collections in the office, so they can take credit card payments. We also are taking online payments for our hot desks, so that's new for us. So those have all been enhancements to how our taxpayers can interface with us and services that we offer to them. We also, in recent years, we got the Simple File up and running, where you can do closing documents online, and so that's really been very helpful in the community. We have, I think the town of Chestertown is getting ready to go online with the same system, and we have our attorneys are taking advantage of it, so I think that's really kind of streamlined that process also.
Is that when someone goes to settlement?
Yes.
And needs to pay the county, they can do that now?
Correct, yes.
But we talked about that.
We talked
couple
about it for a
years-
long time.
Yeah, we
Yes.
talked about that.
And
So
so
we
we're
were-
up, yeah, we're up and running with our piece of it, but as you know, if it's a closing document and you're in an incorporated town, it also involves them in the process. So a lot of the attorneys are hooked into it. Chestertown is about to get up online with it, so it's slowly coming in. Hopefully, we'll have all of the towns using it in the near future, but it's been a benefit for the attorneys, so. So yeah, it really has been a focus on automation and services to the citizens. One other thing that we're doing, I guess, is we bought an accounts receivable module that will streamline, hopefully, the county's billing and revenue reporting. So we're working on that currently as our next initiative. Trying to think of what else we have. I I think those are pretty much, you know, the technology enhancements that we've had. So as far as an update, I think that's probably the biggest change that has been in the department over the last year.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because you were in here the other day and told us we were gonna get a couple $1 million more than we thought. I think that's a pretty big accomplishment.
That's excellent fiscal management on
Yeah,
your
right,
part.
that's it.
So I think that, yes, the financial numbers are coming in favorably, and like I said, we'll have those in here probably within the next several weeks for you.
Very good.
So hopefully we'll be positioned well
Good.
to start the next budget process.
Since our last meeting, we talked about the short-term rentals collection.
Yes.
Has there been any talk about how we're gonna do that with?
Yeah, so Jamie's office is spearheading that, and we are partnering with them, and yes, it's moving forward. We're working on, or mostly Jamie's office, the MOUs with the towns, because it's kind of a joint effort. We're all kind of in this together and have different processes. Looking at the softwares for how do we get this automated so that the collection can be automated. So, and we have to redo legislation to update it for changes in the state code. So we're working on the legislation changes, the software implementation, and the MOUs with the towns. So it's a lot, you know, and it affects a lot of departments. It affects planning and zoning, it affects IT, it affects economic development, tourism. So Jamie's doing a great job of trying to spearhead all of that, but it is moving forward. I think it's going to take a little while to get all of that through.
I think it's worth noting that the software doesn't only just identify the properties. That's one of the things that the software does. The other big thing that it does, the actual deliverable, is the folks pay their taxes online. So it has to integrate with Pat's, the existing system, so that everything is smooth.
Yeah.
And from the demonstration that I saw, it appears that there's not really an enforcement method, but they generate letters to the folks that aren't in compliance.
Correct.
They get a little sterner every
Right.
time.
It can generate letters, you know, and there may be enforcement that's needed on the planning and zoning side, depending on where all that lands too. So I think in the beginning, enforcement will probably be a big piece of it.
That'll be a big accomplishment if we can get that in place, because it's always a topic of conversation when you talk to the towns, and there's some, you know, there's a few people, well, not more than a few, that are already doing it, and it's a little bit of hard feelings when they're doing it and somebody else isn't doing it. And if it's good for one, I just think it'll be a benefit to everybody once we get it in place. So I think it's a good project.
Yeah, I think.
Something that's probably overdue,
Yeah.
obviously overdue.
Right? Yeah, and I think the technology of the software will streamline the process once we get it up and running. It's just that, you know, the towns have different processes. Some of them require a registration of the short-term rentals. I think one of them requires a license or a permit. So it's just kind of getting all those processes centralized for one point for the short-term rental establishments to pay. So we'll get there.
Very good.
And just one final comment about the MOUs with the towns.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know whether you were at our last meeting or not, but we had talked about making sure that it was consistent for every town, whatever the percentage was going to be.
Oh, yeah, the percentage of tax, yes.
Yeah, that's the only fair way of doing it.
And Jamie's had preliminary conversations with each of the towns, and none of them have balked at what we're proposing is a 10% administrative fee. And not only does that help with, you know, pay for Pat's department's efforts, but also the software.
So, yeah, so I think it'll be coming, but it's a lot of moving pieces to get it there. So I think it's still a little ways off on the horizon.
And there was one case with seemed like to me there was a town that was keeping more of the 5% than the other towns or something?
Each one of the towns, well, I think right now Chestertown and Rock Hall are the same, but the other three towns are different. So this not only will get us ready for this software, streamlining those MOUs, but it'll also treat each one of the towns the same.
Okay, good. I think that makes sense.
And the code, the Maryland Annotated Code has changed on that in the past couple of years. It may have been last year, in 2022, where it used to be, it was the county's discretion to keep the tax, and now that's not the case.
And while we're talking about that hotel tax, that we did get, and I've got a blank here as to whether we dealt with it or not, whether we commented on it, but we got a request from Comico or Worcester or something about enabling legislation which would allow them to increase it from 5 to 6%.
The code counties
Did we
to
deal with
increase
that?
it.
Did we give our way in with our 2
So you did
cents?
this past year, but they've come back again this year, so it'll be on an agenda coming up. It might be on next week's agenda, I can't remember, I've seen it, but
Okay.
it's on an
I couldn't
upcoming
remember,
agenda,
but
and,
it's just enabling. It doesn't mean that we have to do anything. It just means that
correct.
we support giving them the option of doing it or
Right.
if they want. But it
So-
has no effect on us.
Right, the code counties all have to be treated the same, so if the legislature opens it up that the code counties can increase their rental tax to, or I shouldn't say rental, I should say short-term rental / hotel, tax to 6%, then all of them can increase it to, you can't just pick one of the counties, we're all lumped in together. So last year, the General Assembly did not look favorably upon this. And that was not approved.
But you said it's enabling legislation.
Right, it
Just-
enables the code counties to increase it up to 6%.
If they choose to.
If they choose to.
But if one code county does it, all code counties have to?
No.
It
No.
doesn't affect us at all. It just allows
It would
them.
allow us to do
It
it.
would allow us to increase it if we wanted to, but
Correct.
if one of the other counties wants to do it and we don't want to do it,
Correct.
we're not forced to do it.
No.
All we're doing is giving them the right to
Right.
govern their own self
Right.
Right.
But we all have to move forward together. So either they open.
with the
it-
enabling
if-
legislation.
Yep, they
I
either
got you.
open it up to all the code counties or they don't.
I hear you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or anything else I can answer for you?
I think you do a great job. I think you also have my cell phone number.
I have all of your cell phone numbers. So, and I think you all have mine, so, yeah, feel free to reach out anytime.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Bonnie? Miss Bonnie Pearsall is Inspector of Kent Alcohol and Tobacco Enforcement.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have, most of mine is just more informational. As of right now, in Kent County, we have 64 alcohol license in the package stores, restaurants, bars, and clubs. I go out and I make a package to give each one for education purposes. I hand out, last year I handed out these digital calendars. The problem with these is if you don't change the batteries, it won't stay current. So this year, we're going back to the paper calendars that they rip off each one. It helps with the age of purchase, so their clerks can be more prepared to sell to youth. I do unannounced inspections. I have done about 250 plus per year of inspections that I go in, and I go in every 90 days to each establishment. I also do compliance checks with youth. We call them AUPs, which is authorized underage purchasers, where I send them in to try to purchase a product. We also have incorporated our mystery shopper, and we use ages between 21 to 27 years of age. That way there's no harm, no foul to the realtor or the business because they are of age. I send them in with the yellow and green cards. If the clerk asks for ID, they hand them a green card, which states that, which is thanking them for IDing them and telling them that they have been a responsible retailer. If they don't ID them, they're handed a yellow card that says caution, you didn't ask for ID, and then I go in and I talk to the clerk and just educate them to make sure that they're IDing anyone that looks 30 or under. So that's been working out very well. I also investigate any complaints or tips that come in. I go out and make sure that they're complying with the Maryland law and the federal law of not selling to youth. The AUPs that I spoke about earlier, I use the age from 18 to 20 and a half year olds to go in and do my compliance checks. And I go with them, and so far they've done an excellent job of doing that. And most retailers, I haven't had a problem with them selling to youth with alcohol. I have been having problems with tobacco, but the numbers are coming way down. We also use an in-house GIS application where I go in when I do my inspections. I also am able to take pictures of their license or anything that I feel that they're not in compliance with, just so we can have it for our records. For opportunities for improvements with the alcohol beverages, we have to rewrite the local regulation book. We also are having a rise in unlicensed establishments advertising BYOB. I have gone out and spoke to these establishments, and I have given them the law where it states that if they are unlicensed, they cannot do BYOB. So hopefully that the more I get out there and let them know that they can't do BYOB, that will stop. Our per diem license, our special class C license have sharply increased. I have sent emails to all three of you. Hopefully we can discuss some changes that I would like to propose to you with our per diem license. I have researched the surrounding counties, well, all the counties, and I would like to propose to try to get more connected with how everyone is doing their per diem license and the changes I'd like to propose to you to see what you think about that. Then for our tobacco retailers, we have 30 tobacco retailers as of right now. In our convenience, groceries, and chain stores like Walgreens, Dollar General. I also do packets for them and go in and educate them about IDing, even with our alcohol, you know, how to look for false identification. And I give them new window clings to put out, you know, stating that they do require, you know, them to produce their ID. For the tobacco, I do about 60 compliance checks per year. I investigate any complaints and or tips that come in for our tobacco establishments, and I work closely with the health department to try to reduce access to our youth. Right now, our Kent County has the highest tobacco use on the Midshore at 31.5%, which is great, more higher than the state estimate of 15.6%. Yeah, we're the highest, and I got this information from the Midshore Health Improvement Coalition, that in our high schools, that we're the highest percentage of high schools using vapes and or tobacco. and they're stating that they're 22 times more likely to use cannabis and 14 times more likely to use alcohol.
This information collected from a survey that.
That they did a
Those-
survey, it was which was from 2021 to 2022 of the school year, that they got this information, that Kent County is actually the highest in the state. That,
It'd be interesting to know where we're seeing the tobacco use with our adolescents and what age that we're really seeing a start in tobacco use.
I think the actual start with vapes is coming out of middle school and going into high school. I know in the high school, I think they've put up vape sensors in the bathrooms, and they're trying to educate them there. I talked to Nicole Morris from the health department, and she said that they're working closely with the schools, trying to get education out to the students and stuff about the dangers of vaping and using tobacco products. So hopefully with that, our numbers will come down. And
I'll just add that it comes from the Youth Behavior Risk Survey, and you can disaggregate the data by age, gender, race, but they only do it for middle school and high school age students.
thank you.
I do like, for whatever it's worth, that program where you have that yellow and green card, and it's, it's almost a fake investigation. So
Correct.
if you mess up,
There's no harm,
you're
no
just
foul.
reminded.
Yeah, I just go in and
I like
educate
that,
them.
because I tell you, a lot of these places that sell alcohol and cigarettes and stuff, they've got a big investment in these places, and they're dependent on some minimum wage person to make these sales, and although that's part of the job, but it's
Right.
that, because I know, there's quite a fine if you mess up 2 or 3 times within a certain period of time. I'm aware, and that.
Yes.
But this just keeps people on their toes, and nobody is harmed by it. I think it's a great program.
When we first started it, when they were handing out their yellow and green cards, they were kind of confused. One retailer was like, "No, I need your ID." And they were like, "Read the card." She was like, "But this isn't your ID." And they were like, "Read the card."
About that. Well, good.
So hopefully it'll keep them on their toes, that they never know when I'm going to be sending someone in, because we're doing
Yeah.
something. So hopefully it'll stop them from, I haven't had any issues with alcohol as of yet. Hopefully that'll stay that way. Like I said, our tobacco is,
And when we were all young, and there was places you knew that you could
Would
go and you
sell.
could get served.
Right.
Or I think we're beyond that now. I think most of the times when you find somebody that's doing it, it's somebody that doesn't pay attention to the calendar. I don't think there's establishments. Now, somebody will prove me wrong probably, but I don't think there's establishments in today's world that are really targeting, because it is so, if you get caught, there's a severe penalty that comes with it, and I think we're beyond that. I think it's because of the enforcement that we are beyond it.
right.
But, no, that's good.
Right, and, they're only as good as their weakest link, right?
That's it.
Yeah, so they hire someone and they make the foul, it goes onto the establishment, not necessarily the clerk who sold, so.
When I was first operating as a commissioner, before we changed it, it was, if you had 3 in a lifetime. Now, there's people, I used Rock Hall Liquors as an example. There was Eddie Picker, and his wife had that thing for I don't know how many years. and that was really what got us to change that. You could easily have three mistakes made in 30 years of operation. Then we changed it to where it was like you could get three, but if you didn't get any within a couple of years, the other violations went away, because somebody that's in business for 30 or 40 years, could be very easy to have some kid sell, or some young person sell
Right.
something, not intentionally, but a mistake made. Anyhow, but it's come a long ways, and
I know some of my retailers, they have changed, if someone comes in to buy a tobacco product, the manager has to come over and approve it before the sale can go through.
yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
So that has helped them.
'Cause
I think everybody
if you sell
should-
tobacco 3 times, isn't the fine something like $3,000 or something?
Yes.
Wow.
And plus, they have to go in front of a hearing with the Alcohol Tobacco Commission.
That'll get your attention.
Yeah. And they could have their license removed, or a bigger fine, or be shut down for so many days.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Granilla, Director of Kent County Local Management Board. Thought you'd be busy handing out more computers.
They haven't sent me more computers yet. We gotta sign the contract again. That's on the 14th. So good morning.
Good morning.
I sent you some slides that just really show some pictures, because that's the best part of the job, right, is that kids get to do cool stuff. But I structured it around our department goals and objectives that we drafted a while ago. But just general operations, we do have an opening in our office now, a vacancy that opened up last week for our Systems of Care Coordinator. So we will be advertising very soon for that position. The state requires the candidate to have a master's in social work, but if they have enough relevant experience, we can request a waiver. So spread the word. And we also have 3
What
openings.
does a job like, what is the salary of a job like that?
It's a grade 7, so it's pretty competitive, but not as competitive as some other state agencies right now trying to get MSWs or Masters in Social Work, so it's going to be tough. But, yeah, we're hopeful we can
Okay.
find someone cool. We're really just hoping to find someone really passionate with working with all our partners in the community to improve how we connect families with services. So especially families who have intensive needs children, maybe they've experienced a hospitalization, or they just need a lot of extra supports. We want a really strong advocate to work with these families and all of our agency partners on the local care team. And we also have 3 openings for our board. And so we've been in conversation, interviewing a few candidates, people that might be interested in joining the board. And then we'll make those recommendations to our broader board, and they'll bring those for you all to approve as well. So if you know anyone else who's interested in getting into the local management board and talking about programs and systems and our priorities for children and youth in the county, that's a big, important task for us as well, to have new energy there as well. So our first area from our goals and objectives is around improving economic mobility. Right now, the 2 programs that have launched for this fiscal year that are most related to that area continue to be our Healthy Families program that provides home visiting services to new parents starting hopefully in pregnancy and going through about age 5 until kids go to school. And we've seen just phenomenal success from that program in terms of the difference it can make for families navigating that journey.
and getting them connected to the services and support and community that they need to thrive. And our other new program was the Connected Devices program, and I want to give a special round of applause to Naira Wilson, because we hired her in July, and she dove right into this project and was just a phenomenal support in helping us develop the referral system, working with social services, working with the health department, working with all of our different partners to get people to apply for the device, having them come into the office, pick up the computer, getting them the resources they might need to be able to start using the computer. So I'm serious, we need a round of applause. Because we did. If it hadn't been for her being able to come on board, we would not have been able to distribute 500 devices in just a few months.
That was my question. How many have you give away?
We have given away 500, and we have over 100 on the wait list for the next batch.
We have 67 on the wait list as of
Okay.
yesterday, and then we have 300 laptops.
Coming in.
Shipment to come in.
You've got 300 more coming?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. So in our original application, we said we estimated there would be about 1,000 households that could benefit from this program, and we're going to be hitting at least 800. And I think we have until next March to distribute all of them, but we'll probably be able to distribute them by December is kind of our goal. No, just kidding. That's too fast. It's probably going to take till January.
You noticed all the red arrows as you walk in, that is
Yeah.
directing people to where the LMB offices are, because we've had that many people coming through that it was
Yeah.
just easier to put signs up everywhere.
Yeah, it's kept John happy about his count coming through the machine. But it's also been able to help people. We've had a lot of people just drop in saying, what is this free laptop program? Tell me more. And we've been able to get folks apply that way as well. Our second area is focused on strengthening family and youth agency. That means that we want our families and our children to have a voice, to advocate for themselves, to advocate for their neighbors, to feel like they're connected to these programs and services that we're investing in. And so that looks a few different ways. The primary one is our resource directory that's on the kencounty.com website. The local care team, which our systems of care coordinator facilitates. That's like what it looks like when you're a local care team meeting. You have a family, they're struggling, they have very specific challenges, and all of the agencies are sitting at the table with that family saying, well, have you tried this? I can make a referral to this agency. Maybe we can get some resources from here, and we create an action plan, and that family is able to then move forward, and we do reviews with them to hopefully stabilize their situation and in the long term for that child to succeed in our community. And then the other really exciting endeavor that we had in this realm is our youth behavioral health program. Last year, we spent the year working with the high school group of students to design what kind of program that they would implement to improve mental health amongst their peers. They designed a very specific program that entailed like cross-age mentoring, where upperclassmen, like seniors, would mentor incoming freshmen or even eighth graders. The high school students were very concerned about what they were seeing with middle school and eighth grade peers, and they really wanted to be part of the answer for that cohort. And so that is out to bid, and we are going to try and see if we can implement a program along those lines starting January and going into the next fiscal year in FY25. And then also along those lines, we were really involved with the Hispanic Heritage Month, and while that was a huge success just in the events and the celebration and the activities that we were able to realize, it also plays an important role in bringing local Latino families and residents together and seeing that they have a voice and that there's agencies and there's organizations that want to work with them and connect with them. And so it's kind of building that network of connections, but also there's an ENYE committee that they formed. They named themselves ENYE because it's the only letter in the alphabet, or it's a letter in the Spanish alphabet that only Spanish really uses. So now we have this organization in Kent County that didn't exist before that brings that community together, and we can work out from there to address issues and priorities that they identify.
The Hispanic population is really growing. I mean, is it growing a lot in Kent County, or are we witnessing that? I tell you why I asked that. One of the commissioners from Caroline County, he was talking to me about this one day. We were at a meeting or something, and he said, and he's in these probably late 50s or 60s, I guess. And he said when he graduated from high school down there in Caroline County, he never had a Hispanic person in his graduating class. And he said this year it's probably 30-some%. That's how it's grown there. I don't think I guess they have some job opportunities down there for those people that maybe we don't have here in the county. I don't know.
We have a few, but
The nursery
so
businesses, I guess.
I think what leads to kind of a boom in new families arriving, new immigrants, is when a community starts to have an infrastructure in place. And that consists of jobs, that consists of family connections or like community connections, and ways for people to wire money home, places to find the food that they like to eat. It's kind of a whole network of infrastructure that will make it feasible for immigrants to arrive and thrive in a community. And I think those conditions are starting to take hold in Kent County as well, and I suspect that we will see much more of an increase over the coming years. We're seeing a gradual increase, so where it used to be like 3 or 4%, we're at 5% now officially, and if you look at the demographics in Kent County public schools, it's the only demographic that's actually growing. So we're seeing a decline in white students, a decline in African American students, but Hispanic students have been consistently increasing in numbers every year. And just anecdotally, you know, I've met over 6 or 7 families that have moved here in the past 2 months. So it's definitely happening, and I think we should absolutely be prepared to support them and work with those families.
Very good.
Any idea how many Hispanic students we have in our?
It's about
entire
200 in the whole
200
system.
Hispanic students.
Yeah. And I think, you know, it's probably more now. Those are the official numbers that are on the Maryland report card.
Throughout the entire system, school
Correct.
system of all ages.
Yeah, we have 1,700 students total, 200 this year, around that, Hispanic students.
Now, most of, I hear them talking about it, the issues that creates in the school system, because if some of them come here and they can't speak English, that's got to be a real challenge too.
And it's specifically an acute challenge right now because Kent County Public Schools hasn't been able to staff their English learner program. They had a couple retirements, they had some folks leave, so there is only one certified English language teacher in the system right now at Galena, and then they have a kind of a family liaison staff person that's bilingual, that's covering everything else. And so they're actively trying to hire 2 more English language teachers. They're actively trying to hire at least 3 tutors or you know, assistants for English language students. But it's really, personally, I find it really scary because if you, especially an older student coming into the middle school or high school who got here from, I don't know, like Guatemala last week, it's hard. Right now they have to kind of ad hoc figure out how to get that student through their first few days so that, you know, they know how to get food at the cafeteria, or they know where the bathrooms are, or like they just know where to go, period. It's a lot to adjust to, culturally and just new school-wise. So there's a really big need to address that. But I was able to tell everybody in Enye that these tutoring positions were open. So I think one person applied. So like getting the word out there is important. And, you know, it's a small community. We can certainly rally to try and cover the needs. Yep.
Thank you very much.
I'm not done yet.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Our last goal and area is focused on the rest of our programming, basically, is innovative approaches for child well-being. One of our big focuses this year was on creating safe and healthy spaces, especially for teens to come together and hang out. You know, we're in the post-COVID era. We want students to be able to gather, to socialize, to build new skills, to feel part of the community. And so we have a lot of different things that happened in that realm. We were able to award some funding at the end of last fiscal year to the libraries to improve their teen spaces. So there's a picture of the infinity table. Did you see the infinity tables yet? They're basically like a game table, and you can play hundreds, if not more, different kinds of games on them. And so students and families have been coming to use that. There's other like video games, there's 3D doodle pens, there's all kinds of resources that the libraries have been able to put into Galena, Rock Hall, and Chestertown for kids to come and use after school, or for families to come in and use at their whenever available. There's the Maneri's Dream Academy that has launched this year. They have, I don't want to say the number, but I think it's like 50 or 60 kids that enrolled this year. And they have a designated space in the middle school now. They're really doing well with the new leadership of the middle school. We also are supporting Choptank Talamato Legacy Projects to do youth-involved murals, and so they started that this summer, and they're going to be working in the high school. They have a classroom set up at the high school where students can come in and work on they're kind of portable murals that they'll then be able to put up, and they focus on Kent County history and culture. And then Hip Hop Time Capsule, that happened this summer. They had 16 students that had paid internships, and they created their MC names. They created a creative presentation at the end of the term. It was like a 6-week internship. And they also went to the museum. That's that picture on the front. The the Smithsonian for African American History and Culture in DC. And all of their music and performance pieces are uploaded onto the Hip Hop Time Capsule website now. So I would highly, highly recommend going in and listening to their final projects, because they'll blow your mind. They're really, really amazing presentations. So that is, now I'm done. But do you have any questions about what we've been up to and what's coming down the pike?
Sounds like you've been very busy.
It's kind of been insane. But we're making it through.
Good.
Just a real quick comment from an observation over the years. I can think of no better person to be in charge of our local management board.
Thank you.
You're a very caring individual. You demonstrate that daily. I'm very impressed with the programs that you're supporting and spearheading. And I think you're doing a great job.
I appreciate that.
Would like
Thank
for you
you.
to keep that up.
Absolutely.
We appreciate what you do.
And that goes for all of us. It's very obvious the passion you have for the job that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very meaningful. And I can't do it without an awesome team. So we're going to get back out in there, keep it going.
Very good.
All right.
You're
Thank you.
done now?
Yes.
I don't want to overstep here now. Jill Coleman, Parks and Rec.
They're gonna kill me for this, but I'm gonna call up two of my team members. They wanna come get the experience of setting up here.
You help yourself.
So This is Sandy Adams. She's our administrative specialist 2. And this is Haley Walber. She's our administrative specialist 1. These two ladies are my right and left-hand ladies. They do a lot of preparation work for me, and I certainly do appreciate them, and I'm glad that they're part of my team.
Very good.
Thank you.
Sandy been part of the team for a long time, but around here.
She's been in this room once or twice before. Thank you.
All right, so today I'm here to provide an update, try to just do a recap of our summer season. We're going into the fall programming planning status. We're also moving ahead to our winter programming status, proposal fee changes for a future meeting, program open space grant recommendations from our PRAB board, and kind of what's happening at Kent County Parks and Rec. So the first page of your little package you were handed out is just a bunch of pictures that we have that kind of explains all the activities and things that we've been doing over the last 3 months. A quick recap of our summer. Overall, summer went very well for us. I was very fortunate to have the wonderful staff that I did. The kids worked countless hours for us at the pools. Our pool cashiers, our lifeguards, our camp counselors. I have to say, we had a phenomenal, wonderful seasonal staff this year. So we were very, very, very lucky. In our 2023 summer season grand totals, as far as our visitors counts, are as follows. At the Kent County Community Pool this year, we had 10,282 people attend. That was an increase of 757 visitors from last year. In Millington, we had 2,122. That was a decrease of about 200 visitors. Bayside Pool, I'm happy to report we had 988. We had an increase of 659 visitors at Bayside. So.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I do know that the town manager told me that they were doing a better job of advertising
and
even
they
at the
did.
town
They
hall.
did. Yep.
Just so that people knew that it was over there.
So yes, so I was very happy with that. And then Betterton Beach, this is actually a guesstimate because sometimes it's so many people down there they can't exactly count everyone. We had 18,121 people come to Betterton Beach, which was an increase this year of a little over 1,000 visitors.
That's amazing.
And of course, our summer season would not be as successful as it was without our full-time staff. That makes sure they work countless hours to make sure everything runs smoothly, which is Sandy Adams, Marva Kumpf, Jessica Plum, Michelle Morgan, Haley Walbert, and Tara Barnes. If you flip to your next page is all of our administrative staff, is their pictures along with their names, so you guys kind of see what they look like. But I'm trying to bring in staff a little at a time so that you can actually meet them. And then, of course, we closed out our summer season with our annual Doggy Palooza event. And this event gives our animal lovers a chance to bring their fur babies to the pool for the last dip of the summer season. And we also partner with the Animal Care Shelter of Kent County. So for admission to come into that, we just ask someone to bring either some type of toy, food. They can also give money if they would like to. So it's always a big event and for us, and the citizens and the dogs all love it. Betterton Beach, after our incident with our rescue down to Betterton Beach, we did make a few changes down there. At the request of our lifeguards, we did a refresher training course with CPR, AED, and basic first aid. And then training will be done annually with this and will take place during our week-long training. So for next year, we're going to do this refresher during our week-long training and then again in the midsummer season, just to keep the kids refreshed on CPR, AED, and basic first aid. Throughout the summer, we did put some signage down there that the Betterton Beach supervisors posted out every day, which said children under the age of 6 must be within arm's reach of a parent or guardian when in the water, and children under the age of 12 must be supervised by a parent or guardian at all times. The lifeguards and the beach supervisor said that this, after the incident and these signs went out, it did help with parents making sure they were out there watching, observing their kids, and keeping an eye on their children. So Our Red Cross Award, we did receive an email from the American Red Cross Training Service that was informing us that our nominees of our lifeguards, Henry, John, and Jillian, have been accepted. And the next step in that process will take approximately 30 days to complete. And then once they have the awarded packet ready, they will contact us and let us know. And then the local chapter, American Red Cross chapter, will be presenting the 3 lifeguards with those awards. We did a swimsuit drive this year to try to help some teens and youth who sometimes come to the pool and don't have proper swimwear. We did reach out to the community for donations for this. It was received very well. We got over 50 swimsuits, and a lot of the swimsuits were given out on the night that we did the Luau Team Party. So the teens were very appreciative to be able to have the swimsuits to be able to come back and use at our pool at a later time or even that evening. We did meet our seasonal staff videos. These videos are always a huge hit on our social media. The parents like to see the videos of their children, the lifeguards, the pool cashiers, and our camp counselors. Pool vouchers, we're in the process with these 2 ladies' help revamping our pool refund policy. So instead of providing them with money back for their refunds within 30 minutes of their entry, if it's for weather or mechanical malfunctions, we're going to have the patrons receive a pool voucher that they can use anytime during the summer season. We went around and these 2 ladies did research with other parks and recreation departments within our surrounding counties, and we learned that this is the process that they use, is the pool vouchers instead of giving back refunds. Currently, what a process is that it takes, unfortunately, what happens if we're giving a refund back to a patron, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for them to receive it because we have to send it to the finance department, and then they cut them a check, and then they actually get their refund 2 to 3 weeks later. With using the pool vouchers, they'll be able to use them immediately. So they can come back the next day if they would like to and use it. So they can use it anytime within that the summer season. Our fall programming guide, you guys have a copy of that. This is our fall programming guide that we put out. We actually just put out our winter programming guide. We usually try to stay about 3 months ahead of all of our events that we have going on. And usually on my weekly reports, if we have these completed, I usually try to attach these to my weekly report for you guys just to review and look at. So these are all the events that we either have currently going on or had going on. POS funding, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board voted in favor of using POS funds to fund the following: resurfacing the basketball courts at Wharton Park to include fencing and lighting, and a comprehensive master plan and a park development at Turner's Creek. So these projects are in line with the Land Preservation Park and Recreation Plan. So Dan Matson and I will be making a presentation to you guys in the future with hopes of receiving your approval for submitting the project application to the Department of Natural Resources. If approved, the county will be responsible for 10% of the project. PRAB committee, which is our Parks and Rec Advisory Board committee. We had, along with having the Parks and Rec Advisory Board committee, we've also have subcommittees. So we have a program development committee, a publicity marketing committee, Parks Development Committee, and a finance committee. So these committees will meet approximately 30 minutes prior to our meeting, and they'll discuss specifically Siri's talking to me. They will discuss specifically what is into their departmental committees. So like for program committees, they'll look at all the programs that we have, and they'll give us recommendations if they'd like to see us do other programs. Same thing with the Parks Committee. They'll look at all of our parks and our amenities and make recommendations for us. Turner's Creek plan, Dan Matson and I met with Shore Strategies at Turner's Creek. We conducted a walkthrough for the purpose of seeking their suggestions for developing the farmland that's out there. They are our consulting company that we contract to assist with the LPPRP. So hopefully, once they come back with some suggestions for how we should develop that farmland, we'll definitely bring it to a county commissioners meeting, so more to come on that. We did a teen night swim, which was very successful. We partnered with the Boys and Girls Club of Hartford and Cecil Counties and Menary's Dream Alliance. We had about 106 youth that came to the teen night swim. National Night Out, it was a great event. It was collaborated with the local public safety and the law enforcement officers. They had an annual kickball game that was out there. Of course, they wrote me into being the umpire for that. But unfortunately for Commissioner Price, your law enforcement officers lost 6-3.
That's because they're under new management now.
When I was there,
They won.
They would crush. They've gotten soft.
And both Commissioner Nickerson and Commissioner Price did attend that event. Kent Goes Purple at Wharton Park. We were the location for the Midshore Kent Goes Purple. This was a free event. It was a great event that we had out there. We were just the host, and the event collaborated with Kent, Queen Anne's, Caroline, Talbot, and Dorchester counties. We are hosting a homeschool program, so the home educators of the Eastern Shore, they're back again this year. They are using our facility as their physical education requirement. Garnett Playgroup, we have partnered with the Judy Center at Garnett for a playgroup. The group gathers every Tuesday from 10 to 11 in our kids' room there at the community center. We did do the free facility access cards for all the freshmen, and that's any freshman in all Kent County and any of the schools. We did have about 10 youth that took us up on the free offer. We did parking at Betterton Beach. Dan Matson, Sandy, and I, we've been searching for a solution to the parking situation at Betterton Beach. We recently met with two vendors, Auto Connect and SP Plus, and then we met with Betterton's mayor and the town council to discuss this pay to park option. Betterton's mayor and town council plan to discuss it further and get back to us. And then my plan is to follow up with them, and I hope to provide more information for you guys at a future commissioners meeting. The one thing that I did let them know that if they did not want to move forward with the pay and park, us as a county would not move forward with the pay and park, because if we pretty much charge for the lot that we have out there, what it's going to do is just push everybody else to park up into the residential area. So I reassured them that if they weren't on board, it kind of has to be a collaboration between us and the town. If not, it's really not going to work one way or the other. We both have to kind of come together. So hopefully more information coming shortly as soon as I talk to them. Millington Park, we did a ribbon cutting. So on October 4th, we had a ribbon cutting at Millington Park to recognize the recent renovations. We did a replacement and resurface of the tennis courts. We installed new nets and posts were added, and pickleball lines were added. And they did paving of the parking lot, and they enhanced the parking lot entrance and the drainage system and the replacement of the basketball posts, basketball backboards, and court lines for a half-court basketball. All this would not be possible without Mike Molds and Dan Matson. They did a lot of the back work on overseeing this project and made sure that it got completed. So I want to thank them for all their hard work with that. Few changes at the Kent County Community Center. There's the next picture that you guys have is now considered our welcome desk. This desk used to be called our front desk. We no longer consider it our front desk. We have renamed it to our welcome desk. So that is the first desk that you guys come to when you come in. And then the next slide, we're starting to revamp our forms and our applications. So we've consolidated a lot of our forms to make them more user-friendly. That was one thing that a lot of people who came in and used our form is they're not really user-friendly. So we have made them more user-friendly, easier to, basically we're only asking for the information that we need, user-friendly, make it quicker for them to be able to fill out and complete. So Marva Kump, who's our new deputy director, she's been working hard with that, along with Haley. They have done a great job with revamping a lot of our policies, procedures, and our forms. So they've done a great job with that. Facility tours, all new facility access holders, guests, and potential employees receive a building tour. Tara Barnes, who is our facility monitor, and Haley do a fantastic job with welcoming all of our newcomers and conducting these tours as they come in. New youth sport programs, we did do a co-ed youth volleyball. We did in partnership with Queen Anne's County Parks and Recreation. This year we did have 2 teams, but we're hoping to expand that program next year. One of our goals that we have for a department is our community to provide excellent community service. And we're doing that we have meetings that we conduct these goals with. I conduct team building and customer services training. We do icebreakers, we do fun activities prior to each of our monthly staff meetings. Our fitness room, we've given a facelift to our fitness room through suggestions from people who actually use our fitness room. So we've rearranged a few of our equipment and added a new weight bench. We've added some dumbbell sets and some different floor mat. We're making the overall area more pleasant and roomier for weightlifting. And then DPW will be repainting the room sometime this fall, and the fitness room is the first room of many that we will kind of be reorganizing. So we're working with Mike and Dan now to hopefully they're going to let us have some color in that room instead of just these cream white walls. So we're working with them and their department now in order to put some color in that room and brighten it up a little bit for our patrons who come in and use it. In the back of your packet, I gave you a new copy because this one's small and kind of hard to read, but for you guys just to look at. This is just a draft of potential fee changes. These fees were compared to our neighboring counties that have some similar programs and activities. My plan is to attend, of course, a future commissioner meeting with these recommendations for you guys to either approve or disapprove of. And that's all I have for our fall update.
Very nice, and you do, I've told you, I think I've told you before, but I think you do a great job with Parks and Rec, and it's a lot of activity going on out there. I just wanted to mention couple things actually. The new field that's lit up out there. I happened to be out there the other night at the end of a soccer game, and they were playing. It's beautifully done. That field really looks nice. I know I mentioned something to you one time. Those signs you have out there with those little where the little kids play soccer, basically putting the parents on notice that this is, and I think I don't know exactly how it's stated, but the bottom line is, listen, this isn't the World Cup. The coaches are volunteers. The referees, I don't know whether they were volunteers but to let the kids play. And I laughed when I read them, and I read them every time. I just think that's a great, and I know exactly the message you're trying to send, and it's the right message. Tonight, you have wrestling out there?
Tonight we have wrestling, yes. Today's the first night of wrestling.
Did you ever get those mats that?
Yes, sir. They are, because they had to be custom, or they are custom, which is wonderful.
With the logo on them.
With the logo and all that on, they will be delivered the very 1st of January. And the coaches are aware of that. I've sent them an email letting them know.
Now, the only little complaint that I've heard, which is a good complaint, because I can remember when they used to have wrestling out there when they had trouble getting 10 or 12 kids to participate. Now it's pushing 100.
So currently right now, we have 50 registered.
Okay.
50 kids that are registered right now, yeah.
Is there a reason that they use half of the?
They use half of the gym currently, yes. If their program gets expanded much more, we will have to look to see if we can expand and give them the whole gym.
Well,
That's already in the back of our minds.
That was kind of one thing that was brought to my attention, because they said it's pretty crowded now with all, I guess you've got, not besides the 50 kids, you got parents that's brought them or somebody it wasn't a complaint, it was just wondering if we could eventually open up the whole gym for that,
Program.
to give them a little more room, because we're shoving them all, not only shoving them, but
Right.
we're using half of the gymnasium but that's a good problem. That
Yes.
means we've grown and kids, I gotta take one out there tonight, I think, a grandson of mine, and so it's a lot of good work going on out there.
Thank you.
This is just a little personal story, but I got a little 9-year-old granddaughter. She plays soccer out there. She had a doubleheader Saturday, I think it was. My wife and I couldn't get there because of some other response, but we always try to go. But she's always wanted to make a goal. She made one goal, and it was the only goal that was scored in 2 games. That was the only goal that was scored. I thrilled to death. I mean, you would thought she won the World Cup. That was so. To see some of those kids and the enjoyment they're getting, you're just, good job.
Thank you, thank you. We're actually, that's kind of in our winter, not our fall, but just because you touched on it, they contacted us, and we're actually doing a winter indoor soccer league for them, because they had so much success this year with their
Indoor?
soccer. So we're doing, starting in January, we're doing an indoor soccer league, youth soccer league.
But these mats, I was asked, didn't the commissioners approve that? I said, yeah. So you're just saying that they haven't gotten here yet?
Correct.
They'll be here
January, yes, sir.
End of story. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just a quick comment. As a grandfather, I have a 4-year-old granddaughter that played soccer. And she also scored a goal. But it was in the wrong goal. But everyone cheered though.
Goals, goals.
That's what it's about.
He's always, for whatever reason, he's always trying to outdo me.
I just wanted to share my story.
They're great stories. They're all great stories. It's and to see all those, you don't realize, we're a rural place, and you don't think about a lot of kids, but boy, that's soccer, and then when we leave there and we go by that lit up field, I believe that was football. And I've taken people out to the community center. A good friend of mine's a retired military guy, lives over in Alexandria, Virginia. I took him out and showed him the pool in the community center. He said, part of DC where he lives, or Alexandria, he said, we don't have anything like that. He said, it's beautiful. And a lot of compliments about the way it's kept. You got a lot to be proud of there. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I don't have any soccer stories because I'm much younger than they are. I don't have grandkids yet. So. But keep up the good work, ladies.
Yet. The grandkids haven't come yet.
Well, pizza has arrived, so we can take a break. It's kind of a working lunch. Everybody's invited to stay for a piece of pizza, and then we can resume again.
That works for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. Jill, do you have my phone number?
No.
I'd like to give it to you.
So let me say it out loud. 410.
Go ahead, Al. 708 0607.
Mine is 410-708-7606.
about gigabytes.
Things that we don't know nothing about.
Yeah.
It's just looking a little light right now.
Anything new on the HRAs?
No, I mean, we had a meeting with them on Friday, Benetcon, and they had some questions. They're trying to figure out how to implement pieces of it. I mean, this is not, other employers don't do these things, so they're trying to figure it out as well. But they think everything is able to be figured out, so no problems. And right now, we've paid all the retirees through the end of the year, so they're good. We're just crossing Ts, dotting Is.
I got the email day after the last meeting, I guess, from Jim Wright. He said, was you able to get anything straight about the spouses? I said, did you watch the meeting? He said, no. Let me go back and look. He went back and looked, and he sent me an email again. He said, thank you, thank everybody.
Yeah, that was the easiest of the questions.
It was. That's just policy making. I mean, there's no catches to that.
Are we right now? Mr. Boone? I don't want to interrupt your conversation there, but come forward. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
You look familiar.
I've been here once or twice. Yeah, but it's not budget time, so.
Like John said, all you gotta do is come up here and talk about gigabytes and all that stuff, and we don't know a darn thing about what you're saying.
We
so-
will not do that. this time.
Okay.
So you have our highlights in front of you, that we provided a couple days ago. And so we're just gonna, breeze over that real quick. Starting with broadband, because it's a high profile, project, number of different projects. Everything is kind of wrapping up. It's due to be completed at the end of December for the last round of neighborhood grants. There's a new one that's opening up right now, the FY24 home stretch. In your packet there, you probably see that there's some bullets that we have for certain dates. And right now, we're still in it's a waiting game, and we've gone to the providers and said, you tell us where you need to go. Because this is the areas where they're having a hard time building because it's just cost prohibitive. We don't know that, so we put it back in their lap, said, you bring it to us by the 17th, and then there's a number of dates after that, and I think it's the 12th. yeah, December 12th, we'll bring whatever they give us back to you, and hopefully we'll get some more money for Kent County. Speaking of which, our office has brought in or handled a total of $9,588,000 in broadband funding in the past however many years. The vast majority of that, overwhelming majority of that is state or federal money that has been directed in the areas of Kent County for broadband expansion.
If you had to guess, how close you think Kent County is to, or is it hard to tell?
It's only hard to tell because of the RDOF grant, which Talkie is the award winner. There's a timeline. They have up to, I think it's 6 years, but they're very aggressive, right? So there are areas that you're not going to get competitive funding because it's already been allocated by the federal government. So it's really based on their timeline. And then I think you just have to look at areas outside of that. But for the most part, they've just been building where they've won. And I mean, that's, you're seeing all the way down south of Rock Hall, up by your area, up at Taqua. They've got funding for all that area. And they have to do it. So it's really just kind of a waiting game at this point. But the funds have been allocated. And now that's why this home stretch is really for those areas that were just a little bit cost prohibitive, long driveways, things like that. And there's a formula that allows a certain amount of funding, per location. So I think we're in pretty good shape. As far as the projects that you all funded, most of them were security related. We have completed a few. They were on budget, and one that will be kind of perpetually worked on because it's mobile device management. We're currently under budget. We are in the middle of our switch upgrades, which is on budget. So basically, the good news is we're either on budget or under budget for all of our projects and projected to be on budget or under budget for the remainder of this fiscal year. That being said, because this is really kind of an employee recognition and an idea, to get you guys some faces to names, and I'm sure you see some of our emails and maybe you don't know who they are. So I brought them here. Well, first we have April, and what I'd like to do is...
Nobody knows her.
Everybody knows April, but what I want everybody to see is some of the work she does and how we run our projects. When you talk about running, by the time this other one's done, close to 10 million in broadband with different providers, you're dealing with the private sector, the government, federal agencies. I know, Mike's team probably has to deal with that too. But we have a very methodical approach, and she's just going to give you a quick snapshot into how we run project management, just real quick.
Okay, so first I just want to let you know that a project is a temporary endeavor. It has a beginning and an end. So this is our virtualization project right here. So this all starts during the budget season. We start, or the budget planning process, we start just figuring out what we want to implement that fiscal year. So this is developed after we've met with vendors, and then also once we've met with the staff, and we kind of do like a whole plan. So it starts out with, there's an executive summary that kind of just describes the need for the project scope statement, and that talks about what needs to be done throughout the project. There's a period of performance, and that's developed through a Gantt chart, which you'll see in just a minute. Then I kind of have a scope management plan, schedule. That's also developed through my Gantt chart. And then project deliverables. And then most importantly, we also talk about risks and assumptions throughout the project. So we find that kind of planning these risks, kind of what can go wrong during the project and what can throw off the critical path. So for this particular project, I have Scott sign off on it, and then also the network engineers. So they're recognizing the work that needs to be done. I'm going to skip through these real quick. And then next is the project Gantt chart. And so this is kind of the schedule and deliverables that need to be performed throughout the project. I also assign resources to them. So this is just kind of like each deliverable here, and then when it needs to be performed and who it needs to be performed by. So it's just a way of tracking the project. And then also, just to close out the project, is a project summary. And here it just says like kind of what went wrong with the project, what went well, what was done. And then at the end of the project, we always kind of document lessons learned. And I have Scott also sign off on the project summary, saying that all the deliverables have been completed, along with both network engineers signed off on this particular project. And then here is a lessons learned master registry. So in the future, if I were to leave or somebody else, you know. whatever,
Or we
but-
have a lake project.
Yeah, if you have a lake project, we can go back and say, what was done during the last project and what could be done better. So we just kind of document all of those. So these are different projects and showing where we could improve in the future with those future projects. So
And that's all available to you, to the public, so every project we run it through this. And like she said, I think I'll give you an example of a great way you can learn from a project. We did a camera project one time, and when we did our site survey, it was wintertime. And then we went to implement it, leaves came out, okay? So it was just, hey guys, you remember next time, remember what season you're in, because there might be an obstruction. And it's just little things like that, where if you don't think to document it and go back and look and say, okay, you know, where did we go wrong last time? Well, it saves having to redo something. And so it's just data we collect to perform better the next time. And is that, April, you good?
yeah.
Okay, and so just to put some faces to names, we talked about some of these projects here as far as the firewall upgrades, virtualization, layer 2. You have Chris Bannister, who, by the way, is talk about immigrants coming to Kent County. We brought him over from the other side, so he actually moved his family to come work here. And then you have Jason Depp sitting next to him, so the two guys in the middle. And then as for the for the intranet overhaul, Sandy did that from scratch. So we had a very dated 1990s looking intranet where the county employees would go for their resources. We overhauled it, and Sandy spearheaded that. And actually, a big point of pride for me is Mr. Joe Colombo back there. Joe and I actually started together within probably 2 or 3 weeks of each other 16 years ago. So Joe has been with the county for going into 16 years. So between the two of us, it's, and Joe is actually the one man who I've worked with more in my professional career than anybody else in any other job I've ever been in. So, so that's our team. That's what we do.
Very good.
All right.
You have a very, very talented group there. My previous experiences with all of them have been, nothing but a very positive experience. I do have a request, and I'm meant to bring it in here with me today. My iPad that I use for my county Novus agenda and all that, it's pretty old. Is there a way I could trade it in and get another up-to-date iPad?
We can see what the upgrades are available for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because even the keys are starting to fall off now.
Yeah.
It's so, I've had it,
The case, is there a case keyboard?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely take a look to see what's available.
If I had to guess, I would say it's, I don't know, it's not even compatible for the upgrades now.
Okay.
No hurry on it. It still works, but it's falling apart.
Sure, we can take a look at it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right.
very
Thank you,
much.
Scott.
Mr. Bill Mackey.
With your permission, I wanted to do a little something different with my time. We've talked a lot about planning and zoning issues, but there's a third title in the department that I work for, which is housing. And I wanted to talk a little bit about our approach to housing. We don't have a housing staff and we don't have a housing budget, but we have sort of a unique opportunity. So with your permission, I wanted to talk a little bit about Village of Kennedyville with you all and sort of get your take and your feeling. From my point of view, I mean, the county really is in a unique position. We own a development. We are literally a developer because we are the holder of land in a development. There's 43 vacant buildable lots that we own in the Village of Kennedyville. And I feel like there's some opportunities, if we're interested in those opportunities, to leverage that to get things like workforce housing, if that would be something that, you know, would take priority over just trying to sell the land, you know, at cost. I think that we might be able to create a specialized contract, sell the entire property for, you know, something nominal like $1 with a lot of requirements. You know, set out a schedule. You have to deliver a certain number of homes per year. Those homes have to be within a certain price point, say $300,000 to $330,000. Those homes have to be the same quality as existing homes in the development, and there are architectural guidelines that are recorded in covenants that will help with that, and have some kind of reverter clause so that if things don't work out, we get all the rest of the land back. I know that's probably not a standard operating practice by any means, but having a county-owned land and be a developer is not standard operating practice either. I think we could probably get some specialty expertise in to help us if we were interested in doing that. We could use something like an RFP to get competition. And if we really wanted to sweeten the pot, we could entitle the lots with allocations. I know that we're concerned with, you know, how the money goes with our water and sewer. However, having, you know, a full neighborhood built out that's paying the bills every month might be worth giving up a one-time allocation fee. So those are just sort of ideas, but I know we're really focused on job creation, and jobs require people to live here, and affordable housing is what gets people to be able to come and live here. So I just wanted to sort of pitch that and sort of get your all's take on that. Is that something that you'd have any interest in pursuing? You know, sort of a public-private partnership kind of approach to things. And I know the property has sat for a while, and we've had some difficulty just marketing it sort of just as land. Perhaps it would be more marketable if we sweetened the pot and got something out of it. So that's my thoughts.
I read your document that you put in our packet, and you have simplified it from what I read. Personally, I don't like the idea that the county is considered, in this particular incident, a developer anyhow. I don't think that's our role, although I understand why it became our role. And I think your proposal, in my mind, unless I'm not thinking of something correctly, and we have a lot of expertise here and in the room, I think it's a smart way to maybe move this project forward and to build it out and provide the housing that we desperately need for our workforce. It gives people an opportunity. I don't know about waiving the allocations at this point. That might be going a little too far, but maybe not. It's something we need to engage more about.
And I agree, and I like the idea. I mean, affordable housing affordable housing anywhere right now is because I mean, I don't even know what is the definition of affordable housing anymore. I'm not sure I know. I mean, it's obviously used to think of it, what is something that a school teacher or police officer or somebody can afford to buy, if that's the definition of affordable housing. And I agree with the part that if we could give up, you know, we may have to give up a little something to make it better, but I'd rather see families living there than that vacant lot. I don't know how I would certainly be open to any ideas and plans that you and the rest of the supporting staff could come up with. I know there's some issues with the water and stuff that we would have to take a look at, the pumping station, I believe, and another well or something if you were gonna have 40-some homes, additional homes, and of course, they're not all gonna be built at the same time, but it's something worth thinking about. And I appreciate you taking a stab at coming up with an idea. I mean, Albert, he knows more about the building.
Well, I just think that now that we finally navigated through some of the title issues, I personally believe that anything that we do will enhance a developer's ability or entice a developer to go in and get started. I think once this thing is started, that it's going to market. I mean, I just think because of the climate that we're in with housing, not just in Kent County, but across the country, this thing is going to take off, and whatever we can do to help that. And I've said for 2 years now. You know, I really, I mean, I understand the premise behind affordable housing, but I don't know what that, I really, truly, I know there is a definition, but affordable housing is basically what you can afford to pay. I mean, that's what affordable housing is. But I do agree that, you know, I love the idea of it being filled with, you know, workers from Kent County that are our school teachers, our public safety, and the litany goes on and on. Yeah, I like the idea. You know, I don't know that the county wants to be a part of the day-to-day operations of any development, but being able to market it to a developer as a package deal like that. And I love the ideas, the forward-thinking ideas of saying, hey, you have, and I don't know that we can put timelines on development because they're, you know, they've been telling, if you read, whoever they are, have been telling us that, you know, it's going to be another 2008 tomorrow or last month or last year or next month. So I don't, but it will come again because history repeats itself. So, you know, I don't want, and when that happens, it'll be unfortunate for a lot of us. But I don't know that won't be the new developer's fault when and if that happens. But I do like the idea of thinking about an escape route. If you know, if we're sweetening the deal, then okay, you've had your shot at it. Well, maybe somebody else needs another shot at it. So it's a great idea. It really is.
Now, we had a developer that owned that at one time, at the last one, and there was some obstacles that he had to deal with, or they was going to be held to before we would okay moving forward. I think we have to be careful. We have, somehow those obstacles have to be taken care of, because I don't want it to look like we took it away from them and give it to someone else, a sweeter deal. You know what I mean? Now, there's things that we can do, I think, to make, we, the county, can do to promote this affordable housing, permit fees, what allocations, whatever we want to do, that's up to us. But there was some things that the former developer was stuck with that he didn't want to have to do, and we held his feet to the fire with that. Somehow, I think we gotta make sure we don't look like we were mean to them and doing something favorable to somebody else. But look, if we can take a look at that stuff and find a way to make it work, and we can get some, like Albert said, affordable housing, whatever that is. I mean, and you just said 300 to 330 type homes, or.
I think we just want to keep it consistent to what the neighborhood is now, for sure. I mean, first and foremost, since it's being broadcasted, we want to protect the existing homeowners that are there, and help them to help them with some of the issues that they're going through right now. But first, or bare minimum, protect their property value.
That would be the only issue, one of the issues with the, like waiving allocation fees or something. I wouldn't want to do that and without correcting the issues that are up there now.
Right.
I don't want to make it better for one group at the expense of the people that have been waiting for some of these improvements. And I'm sure that's what Albert's referring to. But we can come up with a plan. We're all ears.
Yeah. And hopefully, you know, like I said, with these title issues now, I think that this project will grow some legs.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I know the county has expertise in real estate already on the project, so maybe I can consult with them and see what the next step would be.
And right now, economic development, Jamie's group is having an opinion, a broker's opinion of value formulated. So I don't know when that's due back, but when that comes back, that would be the next step, is taking that information and figuring out how to move forward.
And when you figure all that out, Bill, also do something with those interest rates for us, would you? Get them down 3 or 4 points. That would probably help us as well.
Work on that.
While we're talking, I want to take a minute just to thank you for that Handy Point Marina issue. County kind of got involved with one of the decisions about the lot lines and stuff. Instead of kicking and screaming and hooting and hollering, you went along with us. We got that went through. We got, then there was an issue with the spoil area, whether they were going to be able to, we had some discussions over that. You worked with us, you understood. Those people are very satisfied customers of ours now, and they really appreciate all the hard work that you put in it and the real professionalism of, first time somebody disagrees with you, you don't dig your heels in and kick and scream. You worked with it, you understood, you listened, and I want to thank you. Mr. George Hardy, or George Harms wants to thank you, and they think you do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And that issue is, for all intents and purposes, other than going to get the growth allocation, I guess they have to go to critical areas for that. But other than that, they're issues that were solved, and thank you again.
Thank you. Glad to be of service. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just to echo real quick some of what, I'm not going to repeat what Ronnie just said, but I agree wholeheartedly. Since being elected to county commissioner, I've called your office numerous times. You and I have had several conversations about several zoning issues and inspections that need to be abided by. But you've always been very, very timely getting back, and your staff has been very, very good to work with. I would like to mention, because we were talking about the village of Kennedyville, on Sunday at 11 a.m., Commissioner Fithian and I are planning on attending a meeting with the residents up there. Not to really discuss county business, but we've been invited to attend. And I think it's the HOA group that is actually meeting. And if you're available, you would certainly be welcome to attend. I'm sure they may have questions about zoning or something like that we probably wouldn't be able to answer 100% without coming back to you anyhow. But and I just am thinking that they may have questions about that.
Put it on my calendar.
But if you're available, that's great. If you're not, I understand. It is a Sunday, but.
I happen to be available at that time, so that's fine. Yep, thank you. Glad to be there. I don't know if I'll have answers either, but I'll try.
They're going to be meeting on the corner of Red Mill and Flour Mill.
And we're not going to be long because there's a football game on at 1 o'clock. I'm going to be home to watch that. So.
Yeah, because if they play like they did last Sunday,
yeah,
they were unstoppable.
they were.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bill.
And thank you again for that. That was cool. I think it showed real professionalism that the way you dealt with that Handy Point and allowed us to get involved in it a little bit and continue to work for the betterment of I think everything we did for the right reason, and I think it worked out fine. So thank you again.
Thank you. I'm glad everything came together.
Yep.
It's good when that happens.
And you do have my cell number.
I do, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moles, you've been sitting patiently. Last but not least.
All right, what I did was updated our Public Works task and projects listing. We had done this back, I think, last March. I think it said put it in one of our reports. So I'd kind of just go through, touch on some of them, and you can certainly let me know if there's other ones you want to go into more detail with, if that's okay. So, under continuing ongoing tasks, just touching on stormwater reviews. Dan's been developing process, paperwork, and adapting from what Queen Anne's was doing for small-time stormwater requests for, development, housing, and things like that. And he's posting that on the website, so it make it easier for people to pull that information down and fill it out as far as getting stormwater approvals. Allocation requests, we still get some inquiries as that. I think there's probably been a trend of people inheriting some land, other lots. I know Tolchester comes up every once in a while. So we field those requests and go through the process to tell them what they need to do to process an allocation request. Traffic counts, we started 4 years ago, bought our first traffic counter. And over the summer and spring, we go and move that around to the different roads. The goal is to eventually provide you with information for when we're looking at paving a road, how much traffic is on that road to make a decision over which road to go with. And then, as we've had recently, requests from people who want speed limit signs put in. First thing we do is we do a traffic study just to confirm what the speed issues are out there. The utility permits we're expecting to pick up with the potential for Kennedyville now getting fiber as a result of the deed of the roads. So we're getting ready for that. Other items through there, we still do our uniform rental purchasing program through Centas. That was a big deal with rolling out the new emblem that we have. Now the employees have that on any of the uniforms they have. And our safety shoe purchasing program, we've had that with Red Wing shoes for 3 or 4 years, where a truck comes in, they have given $100 towards the purchase of that. So we have standards that have to be met on what type of safety shoe has to have on it to be qualified for that funding. And that's all related to safety of our employees.
Does the county pay for that shoe, or does the employee?
We have in the budget $100 stipend. So what they do is they get I'll call it a coupon or whatever, and they can present that. And if it's any more, then they'd use their own money to pay for the difference. Some people like to get a nicer shoe. They can invest in that, but there are shoes they can get within that $100. But
On average, do you have any idea how much the shoes go for? I don't have a pair of
as far as what they want, typically.
It's a steel toes and all that.
But steel toe, you want a step, you want a heel so that you keep from slipping. They can't be like a sneaker style. It has to go up the leg, so it provides ankle support. All those type of conditions. Has to meet OSHA standards for a safety shoe. Used to be steel toe was the only way to go. Now they have the composites now that meet the requirements.
He was at how much approximately is the average shoe? I think.
Oh, the average cost, you mean? I think most of the people like to go for the $125 ones. It's a little nicer shoe and lasts longer. Is kind of what they're doing with it. Is that what you're looking for there?
Yeah,
It's a rough idea.
I was thinking if they're required by law to wear that type of footwear, in my opinion, we should be paying for it.
Yeah, over the years, it probably was, the $100 was covering it. Things are more expensive, but the nice thing is we went with a very high-regarded manufacturer, so we're getting high-quality shoes, rather than the guys going to your Walmarts and discount places and not getting a very good shoe. Secondly, they have the option to pay more for shoes if they want to get better quality, insulated or different types, whether it's a leather or not leather. So if the option could be, if you want to increase that, I can figure out what the average would be, and we could put that in the budget for next year.
That's probably a good idea, because like John's point now, or your point now, this was probably done 10, 15 years ago, and obviously the price of shoes have gone up, and we haven't gone up with it, I think, is probably what the problem is.
Right.
But I agree, if we're making them buy a certain type of shoe, we ought to be paying for it. And we are paying for a large portion of it, but I think we should be paying for all of it. I think it's what John's referring to as well.
Well, this is probably a state I mean, we're not making them, it's probably the state's making us make them,
Well, it's,
correct?
it's an OSHA
Right,
motion, yeah.
right, right.
And again, that $100 is made available each year. So if somebody has, that shoe may last more than a year in terms of not having it. But a lot of times
If it's
what they'll
lasting more
do,
than a year, they ain't working hard enough.
well, roads, yeah. The other thing they do is you have your summer
I
shoe,
wear two pair a year.
summer shoe and a winter shoe.
Yeah, but that one of them deer hunting.
Through mud and.
You know, his people might be worried, his boss, he ain't doing all that.
He's wearing sneakers.
Yeah, I bet he is.
No, I'd like to see you maybe think about including that in your budget.
Okay, that's a good idea. Procurement contract, bidding management, we hired Jess Coleman, who's our procurement manager. She's done a really good job standardizing a lot of our forms, holding some other departments to the proper process. So she's been a real asset to us in terms of making sure our contracts are consistent and uniform in terms of when we're making purchases. Weed control, I'm mentioning that because we still are understaffed, well, no staff for that. We were advertising that, we've held off on that now because we're past the weed season, but something we'll have to try to revisit again. But I don't have an answer to that problem. I'm sure other counties are dealing with the same problem of not having staff to be able to do that. So, getting into program open space.
Can we go back to your
sure.
staffing levels? You have a lot of open positions in
Yes.
the roads department. Is it 8 or 9 now?
It'll be,
It's 8 anyhow.
yeah, 9 will be at the end of December. It's either November, I think it's December, we have another retirement. So, it's a struggle. There's CDL requirements are valuable. I know I was told when we had people going to Chesapeake College for the CDLs, as they walked out, the trucking companies are there handing out flyers for these people. So we've got a real competitive market in terms of doing that. So
We've asked HR to study this, and I'm sure they've actually spoken to you about this, and we need to probably maybe think about it at our next official meeting that we
I wrote down
try
on
to
paper
address.
compensation with a study that that Jim Biller's put together. We have.
I think he's coming back in. He is looking at the chart that he put together with some other factors in mind. I don't know if he has actually put it in for next week's agenda, but that's the plan.
yeah, the two big concerns is the MEOs and then our utility tech operations and water wastewater. Now we're down one, we have an applicant coming in. We're probably going to have another person transfer out of it to another department or division. But it's hard to attract people into that type of service because it's a tough job. You're working around water and wastewater. There's a lot of knowledge that you have to have in maintaining these pumps and stuff like that. There's a movement with Deltec to try to create an apprenticeship program. They've established one, and we got a flyer that Maryland Rural Water is also in the process of establishing an apprentice program. And what that would be is you would hire a person as an apprentice, learn on the job, and then getting the training. And then as they get that training, be able to become a full-time employee.
That having licensed operators for water and wastewater is going to be a real problem for a lot of places.
Yes.
I mean, I know Rock Hall just has one person that was when I was working there, he worked for me for a lot of years. He was a water plant operator. He had his operator's license for a water plant and a temporary for a sewer plant. And over a few bucks, they lost him the other day, and he's gone away. And you can't replace those. I mean, they're not growing on trees. We got a guy that's got a sewage treatment, an operator's license for a sewer plant, I think, out here cutting grass for Mark Dixon.
Yes.
And it may be because he's done enough of that, and he just wants a job where he can get on a grass mower probably and ride around and cut the grass. That might be his choice, but,
Right.
you know, we're gonna have to pay attention to those because, you know, we can find somebody to drive a truck or send him and get his CDL license, but it takes a while to learn what to do with a sewer plant or a water plant. Well, you know.
Yes, yes. So that's a struggle. So we're going to reach out to Maryland Rural Water, get some more information on the apprenticeship program, and that might be something we'll bring up in terms of budget, whether we try to put in funding for this
Have you
apprenticeship.
looked into, I know that there's a municipality in the county that's looking to sub their water treatment plant out. Have we ever dipped our toes into those waters, or is that something that's is ours too big to do that, or?
Well, they were looking for a superintendent, and they went with, we gave them some different information. We were starting to look into that. They ended up going with a company that's down in Kent Island.
Right.
That I found out for them. And because that company does our water and wastewater testing, and they have an operations arm. So they've hired them to be the superintendent. You have to have a superintendent for any facility because the EPA and MD look at that as, that's the
Well, I
person
understand that, but
responsible.
my question was,
Oh.
is that something that the county would ever, you know, with having employment issues, is that something that the county would be able to look into to try to either save money and/or,
Instead of having our own.
yeah, instead of having our own,
It's
it's just like,
prohibitive.
Are you
With
in a
the number of-
contract operation
Yeah,
kind of
the
thing?
number of plants that we have for both water and wastewater, I would say it's probably, it would cost a lot more to contract that out.
Yeah, and there are
but
not that many
then we
firms
don't
that do that.
We don't need to have, if it's more, then I'm not willing. But if it's less, I mean, the number that I heard from down at the municipality, it seemed like a pretty reasonable price to me.
But again, that's only the superintendent service, not the actual operators. So when you add them all together,
Yes, that's the difference. I mean, the example we've got is where, you know, with Galena, we contract operate their facility. And it's a benefit to them rather than using these contract companies. Another municipality made a change to leave a government-supported service to go with someone else because of cost. So, because again, those companies are profit margins. They have profit margins associated with them. And they're having the same problem to getting employees too.
Well, I'm sure, but I know, sitting up here in this seat, that there's things that are happening a lot in the private sector that are a lot cheaper than what's happening in the government sector. I can tell you right now, I would build that project in Galena for that number tomorrow. And it would probably be my last one,
Yeah.
so.
The other advantage that we have with us running it is that we're able to respond to things a lot quicker than a contractor would. So when you're talking about violations for a pump station that breaks down or emergency, we can respond to that a lot better, and we have the equipment to do it. That was what was attractive to Galena, to have that type of service, because they weren't getting that kind of response. So,
I'm not insinuating or saying that I'm just saying
Right.
that I think that, you know, we're talking about all these difficulties, and I was wondering if that was even a dot on the radar, I guess was my question.
from what I've seen from my perspective is it's a really good option if you need part-time help. If, you know, if, for example, Betterton, their superintendent they're using could also be overseeing, 10 other plants.
And I think they were.
right.
Yeah. But when we have as many plants that we're actually running and operating for water and wastewater, the amount of labor, we would be paying, like Mike said, we'd be paying somebody for all those hours of operation plus a profit margin, which we don't have to have paid profit margin by employing them.
Not to get you off track, but I think I asked this question one time. And I only know this because being the town manager of Rock Hall, I knew the relationship with the county and the town in the Rock Hall's wastewater treatment facility. Their O&M is driven by the number of hookups we have and the percentage of hookups they have.
Correct.
If we have 60% of the hookups, we pay 60% of the operation and maintenance. That project that they're doing down there now, are we gonna be paying?
There's going to be an economic impact to it because of the
There-
cost. I mean, they're getting grant money because they're going to go to ENR.
Right.
But there's a lot of that facility that isn't getting the ENR funding, it's just needs to be repaired or replaced due to age. So if you remember, we did an extension of the existing sewer agreement for another year to allow time for them to assess that project, get it closer to completion, to be able to then evaluate what those costs are.
So when it all shakes out, then there will obviously we'll be continuing to pay our share of it. Now, with that going to the ENR plan, will that increase the allocation that's available?
If it's just going to ENR, then the capacity stays the same. I don't know that they are looking for more capacity, but I'm not positive about that. One of the things that I think as far as the discussions between the county and the town is there discussion, a movement to transfer some of those allocations. In other words, does the county not need as many allocations and maybe sell those back to the town? There was a map that was circulated around as part of their comprehensive plan. They're looking at some annexations in the future, and they may need that capacity for some growth in the town. So that'll all be part of that.
But a large
discussion.
portion of that project is grant funded.
I can't say if a large, percentage-wise. What the state will only pay for is what is associated with getting to that point where it's a cleaner effluent.
Right.
For example.
I was just, my only reason for asking, I was wondering if somewhere down the road, we got a $1 million bill to pay or something. I didn't know how that.
Yeah, well, they're financing the thing, so they have to go through financing, then it's a matter of the debt service associated with it that would have an impact on fees. And again, there's a formula in there and how much we pay, and I think there's an administrative fee, so we pay a little bit more than what the town does, which is typical too. But we don't have an answer to that.
Well, we have, I would imagine we have more hookups in that, going to that plant than the town does too.
I don't know, I have to look at that again. All I know is I wanted to make sure.
We took on
We
100 and some when we took on one of Eadsville.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we weren't going over what we had, but we're under that amount. And that's where some discussion may be. If our growth in that area is limited, then we may be able to sell those back.
All right.
Okay.
You go ahead.
No, I appreciate the
That's all I
question.
need.
All right, so project Open Space, the Betterton Boardwalk project, the design, finishing up the design, where this is that concrete boardwalk replacement of the old Trex boardwalk. We'll be sending that back to the manufacturer. It's precast planks, and they come in and they position them, the concrete pads, and create the boardwalk, and it has a wood texture and a coloring. Gives a lot more sustainability to be able to drive across it, to get across to clean the shoreline and everything with equipment without damaging it. So our design engineers finished that up, putting specs together, and we'll be getting an idea what our cost is with that. And again, that has funding through program Open Space. A couple projects completed there. Toll Park, you approved the amendment to the comprehensive plan. That was submitted back to MDE for their final approval. Following on that, we'll be looking at contracting with a park expert in terms of the pavilion design, what the plan for the park's going to be. And maybe some of the outcome of that, we may roll into looking at the Still Pond project to see whether some of that can be replicated easily over to another project. But the Toll Park project has a priority because of the funding we have for it. So,
What exactly is planned for the Still Pond Park study?
Well, there was a lot of talk about restrooms, there was talk about pavilions. What we recommended to do was, before, not just go and do something, the best way to approach this is to do a study to get input from the public, the county, to hear what would be good to do out there. There's pros and cons about how much that you want to put into that. There's always the shoreline issue that's been out there. So we would do a study and then get buy-in as far as what would be desired to go out there.
Is there a ramp there?
There's a ramp there, a little ramp there.
Yeah, a little one.
I can tell you what I think should happen to it. And I said that at the very beginning, when this all comes about, it should be back on the tax rolls, in my opinion. I mean, it's a dangerous place.
Unfortunately, I don't know if we can ever get it back on the tax rolls. It was given to us by the Department of the Interior.
The Coast Guard still uses the fuel dock and stuff, and they have the housing component.
Right.
Where they give us the right to use everything else, but they keep these two pieces that aren't even joined together.
That's right, yeah.
It's
My point is it's a pretty,
It's a sweet spot.
yeah, but it's also a difficult spot because of all these issues.
Oh, sure.
You know, is what I'm
And it's
saying.
an out of the way, there's been some concern about the fact that it's so far out of the way that if you started encouraging people to use it, you might get more than you bargained for. I know there are some neighbors there that feel that way, and they relayed that to us when it was first released to us. But it is a knockdown, beautiful area.
Absolutely.
When you're there looking out over that Still Pond Creek and Chesapeake Bay, it's a beautiful sight. I mean, I bet you somebody would love to build condominiums or something there, or townhouses or something. It's just a beautiful spot, but it's out of the way. You have problems for the sheriff's department to go down, and it's a place that could maybe cause you trouble if you made it too available or something. I don't know, but the fact that it's two pieces that aren't even connected, that still belongs to the Coast Guard, makes it almost impossible to do anything with it, other than maybe a pavilion and then some, or something.
And we are required, I think it's different requirements versus on different properties that we've gotten from the federal government. I think this one, it can be recreational or educational. Does that sound right to the two of you? It can be either or. So whatever we do has to have either recreation or education in mind. And we're supposed to be moving forward with the improvements because we're actually behind schedule. And Jill, how often are those reports due that you have to report to the federal government? Do you remember? Once a year. So they're keeping an eye on it.
So the approach, because of these issues that we're talking about, the recommendation is there with this funding, is to do a study. You do a study, get public input, everybody can weigh in on it, and then that gives you information to be able to make a decision on what you want to do, whether you do anything or not.
If they ever decided not to run that boat out of there and have that fuel dock, I'd agree with Albert. That place is worth some money.
Well, you've got probably a critical area in there, it's tight. We got the shoreline erosion, which was always an issue. One of the
That ain't getting
things.
better.
Well,
That ain't getting better.
no,
We toured it, since I've been here, we had those buildings and stuff torn down, and it was full, like every government building, it's full of asbestos and all those hurdles we had to jump.
so. And the thing with having the Coast Guard station there was the potential to keep that channel open. So, again, there's just a lot of plays in it and everything like that. So that's where our recommendation is. There's this program, open space funding. We got the dealer, we've got to do it. But I wasn't an interest in just jumping in there and building something for the sake of building something. So
Could we, there is educational stuff going on down there with Echo Hill and,
Well, they keep a boat at that one
They
little
keep a boat.
makeshift pier they
Yeah.
got down there.
yeah. I'm just saying maybe that's something that can help you with your report is all I'm saying, Jill.
So when we took the structure down, that's when the federal government said, well, we want a plan for what you're
Right.
putting back up.
Right.
And in the past, the only thing we had, and what made us think that, up there at Turner's Creek, that pavilion is rented a lot, and it's still, there used to be. I assume it's still rented heavily.
And it's the best deal in the county, I can tell you that right now.
Beautiful
It is the
spot.
best deal in the county.
And we thought maybe, maybe we could put a pavilion there and do the same thing at Still Pond, but it is a long ways out of the way,
And so do we put restrooms up so that we can make sure that people are using restrooms? And if we do, and it's brand new restrooms, do we have somebody open and shut them every night?
Yeah,
Now
right.
we've got somebody riding all the way down there.
we talked about all of that. That's why
Right.
nothing's been done, really.
Right, it's very complicated,
Because we didn't have the answers.
And restrooms are very prone to vandalism.
very.
That's exactly right.
And you don't want somebody
If
vandalizing
you
a
don't
brand new restaurant.
think so, forget to block them some night.
Yeah.
I know that clearly well.
Yeah.
Just from my own knowledge, the ramp that's there, I understand it's a small ramp. Is it public or is it private?
It's on the property the county owns
Right.
or has been given to. Yeah, you can use that ramp.
Not a lot,
I don't
you know,
have a
trailer
boat.
parking or anything, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's there. It's not, if you're gonna put a big boat.
But the
in it.
one pier where they tied their Coast Guard boats, that's off limits. And
Right.
they got a fuel dock there and then the housing up the hill
Right.
just a little bit.
Still in use.
The rest of it, we're welcome to use as we want, but then all these other issues come into play.
And I think the way that it's written, the deed, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have to keep it in perpetuity. The only option would be to give it back, and the problem is they don't want it back. Am I right about all that? Okay, so we're stuck.
We just got a message the other day, something about, email about that place where they were gonna shorten up even more of the hours that they were gonna be using that place or something.
They send the boats back, basically, they come from Memorial Day to around Labor Day, really, is when they run
Yeah.
their boat out of there.
I got
Yeah, they relocate. It's like a
Yeah,
relocate.
but just in the last month, I got an email, I'm sure the rest
Yeah.
did as well, about some of their hours was gonna be shortened or lengthened
Well,
or
see, they
something.
come down, pretty much they come down every day because there's a shipping channel light, it's actually on our farm, that they change the batteries on. They check on that pretty much every day. And I don't know how you use that shipping channel, but you can see it forever on the bay, they line it up with something.
And wasn't there a tower there that did we
Oh, yeah.
take it down?
Oh, yeah, it's gone.
It's gone, because, what's his name, has the house right on the other side of that bamboo.
Peter Rice.
Peter Rice, yeah.
We did that last year.
We were afraid that tower was gonna fall.
It started to lean.
Been very precariously
Yeah, county took it down.
situated.
All right. Rest of project open space, projects, we've already mentioned about the field lighting in Wharton. Some of the enhancement have been done there. Repairs to roof, on the next page there. We're in the process of going through the Wharton Park bleachers, replacing the dugouts at Orem Field, rehabbing the restrooms, something Dan's been working on. Then we get into water, wastewater. Going down the Tolchester collection system model, that used to be done when somebody would be interested, we had to send that to an engineer. He would evaluate that. We have that program software updated, so now we can do those evaluations ourselves. Fairleigh number 2 weld redevelopment, that was money, if you remember, we rolled that over from the prior year because the contractor just wasn't able to get to the work. Fairleigh 3 is also, is in this budget year, but we've prioritized that a little lower, and I'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But we still want to try to get a price to maybe there might be a discount by doing both wells at the same time at that location. So we're working on those. Tolchester and the Wharton storage buildings, all the construction's done on that. We had a delay because we had to get Delmarva to run out a new drop for electric for the Tolchester plant. So right now, we're just getting some simple lighting in and some heating for the winter protection on that to complete that project. Colchester screen replacement, that's contracted under construction. We expect the delivery of the screen unit in February. That'll speed up everything because we have to wait for that to arrive. They've put in the supports for the platform that goes in. So the next thing they'll be working on is the raised platform, construction of that, and then the unit will sit up on top of it. So there's gravity flow into the building. Millington Design, just to let you know, we submitted yesterday the grant application for BRIC. It's for the funding for moving the wastewater plant from where it is in the floodplain to a new location. And we were looking for 100% funding for that. So the application was submitted.
I missed what the funding.
It's called BRIC. I gotta think of what it's called.
It's
but
basically the flood,
Yeah. It's through FEMA.
grant
Through FEMA.
to get the plant out of the flood zone, so it's through FEMA.
Right. It's one of the sources that we're applying for to try to get as much funding for construction on it. So we submitted a letter of intent. They responded, they thought, this is Maryland Emergency Management, said it was a worthwhile project, gave us the go-ahead to put the application together. We submit that to Maryland Emergency Management. They review it. We get comments back and forth because it's in their interest to try to get federal money in the state for projects because we're competing nationwide. And then that application, when it's finalized, will be submitted to the FEMA federal people February 19th. And then that process. What we're trying to do is get these applications in like we did with the Army Corps of Engineer notice of intent. So while we're doing the design, that approval process for construction money is moving ahead rather than waiting until the design was done and then applying for construction.
Now, are you dealing with MDE, I assume?
MDE, we had a meeting.
CDBG?
CDBG, we let them know of the interest in the project, so we'll be moving that in. With CDBG.
USDA?
Well, USDA, that's the one. CDBG is really more of a local type stuff.
Right.
It's USDA, but because we have the funding for design, that'll be something we'd be considering for construction as well. So we're really shooting out there. Army Corps of Engineers, which could be 100%, FEMA, which could be 100%, and then USDA could be a grant and loan associated with that.
Combination of both.
Combinations, so.
And I talked to Terry Ferentz.
Mm-hmm,
I
yep.
knew her from when I worked and when she worked with us in Rock Hall with the project. And I didn't think she was still with USDA, but she is. And I spoke to her and she just said, you ought to, that she had spoke to you about this project. And she said, and if he hasn't, remind him that you might reach out to Andy Harris and the 2 U.S. senators from the state of Maryland.
Well, one of the things.
I don't know what the connection there is, but.
Well, the thing we want to do because this is going to be federal money, because of the Army Corps of Engineer one, that has to go through congressional as well as the FEMA to support, is that with all 3 of those, we start sending letters out to our senators and our representatives to let them know about the project.
Okay.
And our lobbyist has also asked for
Yes.
a short paragraph of an update so that when they talk to our federal delegation, they can also push for it a little bit,
So we're trying to explore whatever we can to try to get that funding for it.
advocate for it.
What do you think that wastewater treatment plant will cost?
We had the numbers,
It was about 16.
15,
But-
16 million.
That was what, a year and a half, 2 years ago? It could have gone up by then with,
They have to remember that includes demolition of the old plant,
yeah.
a new pump station that's flood-proof at the old plant site, the force main to ship it to the existing pump station that we have there on 291, and then turn that around and send it to the new plant.
Right.
So there's a lot of pieces. It's not just a plant. The plant itself, the design type that we're going with, is very similar to what Chesapeake City just built, KCI did. So they're taking that footprint, which MDE is already familiar with, KCI is familiar with, it's similar to our projects. will be the basis for the design for the Millington plant, because it can also be expandable. So we're taking advantage of those types of things together. But you still got all those issues I just mentioned that we got to deal with, as well as specific site conditions. We had a good conference call with MDE last week. One of the topics was the discharge point from this new plant. If we could discharge into the stream that runs and goes under the road and not have to go to the river. So that we're looking into that. Obviously, it'd be easier if we could just discharge into the stream, because now this is going to be a lot cleaner wastewater, rather than having to bore under 291 and get over to the river, which is right next to 291 at that point. So, but they like the project. They like the idea of replacing the Millington plant. They like the idea because we're meeting the Chesapeake Bay requirements for cleaning up the bay, because we're going to go to ENR, which also gets us grant funding there. So a lot of things are in play in this type of project to try to make it affordable.
So out of that 16 or more $1 million, a good portion of that is going to be, could be grant money.
Yes. Yeah, if it comes down to it, I mean, with the FEMA one, there's a 25% match, but we want to try to work into that the match is coming from the economic development grant that we got, from developer contributions. The MDE money that would be for ENR is all part of that, goes into that package, is meeting our 25%. And then we'll be looking at developer contributions too, buying capacity. So those are, as we get the project, start formulating and get this feedback, we'll start looking at what kind of costs we have to be able to fund the construction, and how that process would work in getting.
And I don't know what it is now, but the interest rate on the loan portion that we will have to take out, I mean, I remember, I don't know what it is now, but I've seen it as low as about 1.3% or something crazy like that when I was with the town.
Well, Nicholson, we locked in the interest rate on that one for the groundwater treatment facility. I think it's around 1 1/4, 1 5/8.
Yeah.
So that one we really luck out with on that.
Now, isn't the county working with Terry Ferens and them on that project? And
That's it. And now, we are working with it. From my point of view, it can be extremely frustrating in how long it takes to get the approvals through all the paperwork and everything. But with that interest rate, you can't lose with it. So I worry about, as you wait to try to get all these approvals, and I'm hoping to get the authorization to bid on that project very, very soon. I was hoping it was last week. But you worry about the delays and inflationary cost, sort of sucks away the savings you were getting with that low interest rate. So, but it's still something we still need to look at to see what the advantages are and disadvantages. So, just jumping down the list here again. Millington we talked about. Okay, Wharton Water and Sewer Extension. I have a proposal for getting the design started on that. So I was going to put that on for next week to get that, because again, we have that timeline to deal with. I would agree with Shelley that my first impression, it would be very difficult to divert that, because if you remember, none of that was our money, and it went through a consortium with Midshore in terms of ranking projects. So that commitment of them to give us the funding was specifically for that project. If we change direction on it, I don't know what their reaction would be to start moving money around at other projects that weren't originally submitted to it. So that's the feedback you're going to have to get from them on it.
Yeah, look, I agree with what you and Shelley both said, and Susan said the same thing, but
it's worth the ask.
I'm a little hard-headed. I want to hear it from I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I don't want to just forget about it.
No.
Because this is kind of a shovel-ready project that they're talking about, or damn close to it. And that project, we're going to run water and sewer up past however far. But then as was pointed out, and Albert said the same thing, then you got to hope that them people who were running, they're going to sell the property.
Right.
You got to hope they are.
Yeah, it's pure economic development. We're going on speculation here.
It's total speculation.
It is.
Where this project, if I can just tell you this, I'll bet you that if this project had been around and we had knew about this need for this extra money, we wouldn't be doing that up
Right.
there, or at least as much of it.
Sure.
Because I think we all agree that the housing, it would be a nice project up there.
Yeah, and that project's always been at the heart of the discussions we've had about the Millington plant, to make sure we had the
Yeah.
capacity reserved of what we got left. to
Right,
go
the town
towards that
doesn't
plant.
have the allocations right now
So,
for 50-some units.
Right.
I understand where you're coming from, I'm just giving
I
my
hear,
two
and I
cents on
appreciate
the
that,
thing.
yeah.
Okay. Water sewer GIS mapping, that's pretty much 95%. This is the process we went through when we did pilot projects in Kennedyville and Morton to map out in geographic information system our water and sewer system to aid in staff in doing misutility markings, tracking where we need to inspect to try to get our infiltration inflow under control in those areas, because those are primary gravity flow systems. We've gotten new tablets from IT because of a new contract they have that allows more access to it. So once we get that squared away, I want to do a presentation to you, you gentlemen, so that you can get an idea how valuable this is as far as geographic information systems and preserving it, rather than relying on old maps that are crumbling, type stuff. This is something that can change as we go. Kennedyville Pump Station number 2, 90% design on that. I'll talk to you a little bit more as we get into as far as that relates to ARPA money. But that's proceeding because we needed to replace that pump station. It was what never got upgraded in terms of the development. Our water meter remote read program, that started when I first got here. We're getting to the point where almost 90% of our meters we can now read remotely without having to go and drive around and read individual meters. The only one thing that we can't get is Millington, because that's out of the range of it, and we're working with Millington to possibly get them to read those meters for us. But it saves us a lot of time. It keeps finance happy that we can get our meter readings into them in a timely manner so they can develop the billing. But that was a good investment so that we could not have spending time on reading water meters and we're out maintaining equipment and doing repairs. The Wharton sludge press replacement, I know we talked about that in the past. That's one of the ARPA projects that we're pursuing. I've gotten a proposal for that to get the design started on that. And the process we were going to do there is purchase the equipment and then do the design based on what we've purchased competitively. That'll ease the design part of it. And there's a long lead time with this equipment, just like there was with Tolchester Screen. So we can get the piece of equipment, get the design, and keep moving that ahead. Because with ARPA money, there's a time limit, as we talked about. Another project that I put on the list there, Fairleigh Water Treatment Filter Valve Replacement. This is a project that my crew's been working on to replace some valves that control the filtering process of the water. They used to be, air-operated valves. They've deteriorated. Some of them have to be manually done, and we've got some corrosion on the piping. So we need to replace the valves there with electric-powered valves. So that'll be a project that we'll be looking at, and potentially it'll be a budget item for consideration next year. The water tower internet lease renewals, the lease agreements on our water towers for the internet providers digitally, those leases have expired. So at some point, we've got to decide what we want to do with those leases as far as renewals, but we're not getting any income from those anymore, from what I understand. So we need to consider that. I understand, I think from the one provider is in a position as the fiber is extended that they will be turning over those accounts to them.
Pretty sure his days are numbered, and he's worked with one of those cable, I know who you're talking about, and as the high-speed internet gets to these areas, it's gonna be done.
Right. So the one concern we had was at the older Wharton tank, there's a shed under there that is literally falling down. They have their equipment in there, and Bridgemax, they just moved their equipment out of it because of the concerns with the thing falling down. So I get that squared away. The Tolchester cell tower lease, we talked to the company that's looking to develop a tower for there. Gave her the location. She's gotten back to me, and they're looking at possibly trying to locate it, instead of at the Nike base, located at the Ag Center. So they're following up to talk with them. My concern, if they move it there, it would be closer to where it is, but I don't know how that, with the growth of the fair, that they may need that in.
It's all been taken care of. They're all for it.
They are for it? Good,
They're all
okay.
for it.
So I'll just wait to hear back from her.
And Ronnie met with them.
And
Okay, good.
she contacted me after looking at that, at the other Nike site. And she said she didn't like that site because it was 1.5 miles by the way the crow flies, away from the people they were trying to serve. And so I met her up there with a representative of the Ag
Okay.
Board. And they were, as a matter of fact, I think somebody on that Ag Center board contacted this Barb Pivic to begin with.
She said she knew somebody.
I
with the
think,
Ag Board.
I think the board the Ag Board up there is the one that even got this thing started, and then she called me. So she's looked at it. We had a representative from the Ag Board go with us, and they're all in favor, and she's supposed to be drawing up some paperwork. And
Okay, good.
if it comes to me, I'll make sure it's turned in here
Okay.
and you can see it.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything for a couple of weeks. I sent an email, or is there anything I needed to get for it? And that's where we had the discussion. Good. Building maintenance, Hearst House repairs, we had some work that we were doing between painting, and we had the issues with the lease agreements in terms of what was being done there. So that's kind of on hold for now. They're storing some equipment and furniture in there that has to be moved out of the way, and then we can repair that floor that's in there. The 400 high exterior repairs are done. Our new contracts we have for janitorial, Johnson Controls, and the elevator maintenance contract. We talked about the public safety building complex and the interest now in terms of shifting from that to looking at the relocation of EMS down there. So Dan's been working with Peter in terms of developing those options that might be there, and working with Crabtree as far as input, because there was a lot of, layout of what the facility was going to look like there when Wayne was here, and we'll see how that dovetails in with some options there.
The public safety complex design, it's marked as canceled. I don't know if that's the appropriate verbiage there. If I remember correctly, we put it on hold.
Okay.
And of course, now here we are dealing with EMS being maybe moved there to the property. And you may have heard me mention earlier when we were talking with Director Landon, at some point, I feel the county needs to evaluate the current building, if it meets the needs of Pete's shop, OES, as well as the sheriff's office. And look, the regional jail thing is probably going to be what that all actually hinges on. But in the meantime, there should be some type of evaluation, or somebody that knows a lot more about it than the three of us do, whether that building's even salvageable at this point.
Yeah, you would have to have a study to look at that. I mean, it's a specialty building. I can't see anybody wanting to have their secretary or administrative assistant in a jail, so trying to work on something.
My officer down there.
But it's because of its specialty and because of the issues we have with the heating system, the water system.
I don't know whether it's really feasible to even consider a study.
Well, that's a choice that you make. I mean, the only way to look at it is a pros and cons approach for a study to see whether it's adaptable. But ultimately, if you have the EMS moved out, and then we have to decide what we do with the 911, obviously we have the backup center at my facility, but you still have the administrative positions that we have to accommodate. But the problem with that is, when you're taking a building or structure that is very specific for what it was intended to do. It's not like you build a building and it's got office space and all different kinds of companies can move in there. There's a lot of demolition that have to go. A lot of places when they develop, most people will take a vacant piece of land and build on it, than they will go and take something that has something they have to demolish. There's all those unknowns that come with it, and things like that. So, my first impression is it's probably very difficult to convert that to what we probably want it to be. But until you evaluate the cost associated with demolition versus the cost of renovation, to give you a hard number to be able to bank on it and making a decision is what you'd have to do.
Well, at some point, I think we need to think seriously about having it evaluated, and I don't know what the cost is associated with that.
No, that'd be something we'd have to explore.
I mean, if it's a no-brainer, I don't see the sense in spending the money to tell us that.
Because obviously, with the sheriff's office, which is there, that would be the plans that we developed over the 4 years, had some expansion use of it. We had where you brought in people to get for, I can't remember the term, intake. We added that to the project because that's still a concept that we have to do. So you see the sheriff's office expanding into it. Now you're taking EOS out of the basement, which we don't want them in the basement anymore, and putting them in office space. And then some of these other business company departments would have to be pulled in and what their needs are in terms of conversion. But there's a lot of that facility that you can't really adapt for it. So we're trying to make use of what's there. And then what do you do with the pieces that are left that we're not going to do anything with? Do we demolish those? Or do you board them up and let it sit there? Sort of like the armory kind of thing. So, tough questions.
I'm like John, a lot of it's going to revolve around what we learn in the next 6 months or so with these meetings that they're attending about this regional jail.
Now, with, the emergency management, as far as the Lynch thing, that was split out, if you remember. Remember, it was incorporated in the overall building. And then to try to save cost, we moved that to more of a pole building facility out by itself. And then we also economized on the garages, took them out of the building and moved them up to a separate thing to bring the cost down on that.
And I was wondering, did Crabtree ever give us an estimate on just that building? They probably didn't, did they?
No, remember they had an estimator they hired to look at it, but their cost was laid out, and there was a number, and I can't remember what the number is, but that didn't include site work and a whole lot of other stuff. That was built into the overall project. So you have the influence of the overall project having an influence on that particular portion of it. So it hasn't been pulled out just to look at that by itself.
Can I ask well, I guess I can ask a question, but for the life of me, and I don't think I'm the only commissioner sitting up here that actually feels this way, because it's been said several times today, my personal experiences, and I'm not an expert, but there are companies out here that specialize in putting up pole buildings at a very affordable cost. And to me, I think that's what we're thinking about, because that's what we had talked about even with Crabtree, that for the EMS division, which is what we're talking about trying to resolve or fix, is to give them a suitable workspace and station to run out of. Isn't there a way that even though we are government, and yes, we have to bid things out and do all the procurement stuff, and, yes, it's going to require a site plan or whatever, and study on that probably, but there's got to be a way to minimize the cost to our taxpayers by engaging with some of these other folks that put up these buildings.
that's what bidding it out is supposed to do. I mean, that's what we want, is for them to bid on the project. So that's exactly what we're hoping
Think of
to
the pole
happen.
buildings we just did for Tolchester and Morton. That was bid out. We did them both at the same time. We had good savings from the bidding as well as the economy of them being able to do two. And we had difficulty trying to get anybody interested in reskinning the maintenance building. We couldn't get anybody interested in doing that. By luring them to say, if I get a project to build two pole barns or pole buildings right in the same area, it was worth them to bite on doing the reskinning of the other building. And we saved a lot of money doing that. We'd have the same thing with this project to go ahead, and it'd be a pole barn, or pole building, I'm sorry, I keep calling it barn. But the thing with those buildings that you're getting into, insulating them, the flooring, this was gonna have bunk rooms, HVAC, electrical. It should have emergency power so that you have operation and an event. That was one of the reasons to locate it there at the facility, the public safety facility, so they could operate under hazardous or disaster conditions to be able to function properly. So those things add up to get to what I think the expectation is to still have in terms of an operating system.
But there's an existing generator that they test.
But does it have you have to look at what its capacity is, the life, I don't know how old that generator is.
Oh, it's old.
So those are all the
Everything
things.
out there,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
So that is all part of it. Nobody here has any problem doing a pole barn out there. But the cost of that is going to be associated with what you want. I know when I was talking to Dan, I think originally it was 2 bays. I think somebody was looking at 4 bays because we may need a fire team or something
Let
like
me
that.
explain what I
Okay.
told Dan, because you're not correct in what you're
Okay, well, that's why.
putting out there. What I told him is that someday, down the road, 8 to 10 years from now, the county is probably gonna have to look at a paid fire service. At least one station centrally located to start a paid system. And the reason why I told him that is because it's been very evident to me throughout my career and my involvement with our local volunteer fire companies, who I support totally, I think all of us do, that the volunteers are not getting any younger.
Agree.
The average volunteer is your age or my age or older. The younger folks are not coming into the fire service, which means that the volunteers, as much as they want to and try to, can't always get a truck on the road.
Right.
And I also have knowledge, because of where I come from, that the metropolitan counties, not that we want to be like them, but that's the way they started their paid service. They started with one fire station, a small one, just to get a truck out on the road with manpower or woman power to get to a fire scene. It's a responsibility that we have as county commissioners to make sure that we provide the public safety that's needed to protect our property and our citizens. And that's why I wasn't thinking about putting fire and EMS together. But 2 bays, Mike, is not going to be enough. I can tell you that because, number one, the county has an ambulance that we don't want sitting outside. They have chase vehicles, and usually they have 2 vehicles at a station when they're staffed, in case one maybe doesn't start or whatever. There's a backup. But we have these vehicles that we need to keep them in a climate-controlled environment. And Kent County has historically, sometimes, not in all cases, but has built buildings without, maybe the vision was there or the thought process was there, but down the road. So that's why I suggested 4 bays.
Okay.
As
So
opposed-
so it's associated with the
But
ambulance?
it was
the
not
fire.
associated with the fire service.
Okay.
Because I see that as a long range, probably not going to be anything that I'm going to be dealing with. as a commissioner, but it's something that the county needs to keep up here, that at some point, that's probably going to be a need for our county.
Everything that you just said is exactly what we were hearing when we started the EMT
Yep.
program.
No
And
doubt.
we started out with John,
one.
half of one,
And that's the way you start.
yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
look, a fire engine right now is $1 million or more. And I'm not suggesting that we even consider that right now. But we need to have that long-range vision. Even though I'm not going to be here probably, but there needs to be a long-range vision of what this county is going to need in years to come.
that helps clear, because I wasn't sure if, when we were talking about that, we were planning for future additions of bays, or that was part of the thing now, but if it's part
Yeah,
of
but I
the.
could see them having 2 ambulances in there at
Yeah,
some point.
okay. I mean, I'm familiar with the whole issue with the fire, being at Salisbury, we had a paid fire, and we also had volunteer for the city. We couldn't afford to do it all paid, but we had a paid one, so we always had one group that was professional firefighters. They were very good at cornhole playing, by the way.
Look, you know, and when I say pole building, I'm not talking about a barn. I'm talking about a pole building that has a nice front on it,
Yep.
maybe with some brick veneer, a nice door entrance, garage bays, and all this. I was floored when I went out to Wharton to look at the maintenance building. Don't get me wrong, it's a nice building. You know how many windows are in that building? Do you know?
I'd have to count them up, but I don't remember.
They're all on one end. There's 2 garage doors.
I mean, like your offices are all on the one end, which where your windows would be there.
Right.
And then the rest are the garage bay, and then you usually have one window on the opposite end, if I remember. And then you open your garage doors.
The
in
end
the
towards
side.
Dollar General, I don't think has any windows, and the back certainly doesn't have any windows. But I see pole buildings that I know people spent $30,000 to build that are probably 24 or 28 by 40, and they spend $30,000. Now, they're not finished inside,
Right.
but that can be contracted out. Pretty reasonable compared to a $400,000 or $500,000, or $400,000 or $500,000, you know, building.
Well, whatever we come up with would be through a design process.
I did like the floors out there. The floors, you know, they don't need tile floors.
No.
What they need is exactly what you have at Wharton, that
finish.
epoxy finish on that cement. These people are coming back from bloody accident scenes, all kinds of potential hazmat stuff that they could be, you know, tracking in there. They need to be able to be mopped down,
Washed down, yeah.
washed down, whatever. And they need to be comfortable. But what they're living in right now at the Lynch, I'm embarrassed by it.
I know. I fought strong trying to talk Wayne into moving out of there because there were so many issues with that building. And that was the debate we had, so. All right,
I just hope that there's a very cost-effective approach when we try to design this thing, because to me, it doesn't make sense to spend $400,000 on a pole building like we have at Wharton. It's nice, but I think I could have built that thing for a lot cheaper than $409,000.
I think when we built that, we were just so excited to get rid of the roller rink, we would have done anything.
Probably did, but
all right, well.
I just think there's a way there.
Okay. All right, so as far as building maintenance, library roof repairs, we continue with those, a lot of flashing, where the flashing ties in to those dormers that are there, because the cost fits with that. Grounds maintenance, several projects we've completed. You had held on the funding for the paving for the Wharton Maintenance Facility. So we'll look at that, revisit that. Rigby Slope is completed, it's just maintenance, making sure, trying to keep the weeds from growing until everything gets established well. Waste management, I mentioned about the groundwater treatment facility, just waiting on the get-go from USDA, and we're ready to put it out in the street. Consent order is still outstanding. We let MD know where we are with the project, so we're keeping them informed. Other stuff's just normal things that we deal with. Public landings, Bayside, the bulkhead slip, we're waiting on Army Corps of Engineers to give the waiver that we asked for because of the encroachment of the slips to the channel. We're not, it's within, if it's in 20 feet of the channel, then we have to try to get a waiver from the Corps as far as that. Basically, it says that if the Corps ever decides to do anything that they need to that channel, that federal channel, and they have to take out some of our slips, that's on us. So hopefully we'll get that soon. The concern with that is we get into the timeline of whether we can, when you can do construction, worrying about oysters or fish migrations and things like that. Plus trying to do that during the boating season would be difficult. We talked granary disposition, you're up to speed on that. The Historical Commission's engineer came out and looked at the site. I was on site with that. I invited Gary Gradell, who did the original study back in 2009. He was there just to, out of curiosity, and if they had any questions on him on that. I haven't heard anything since they did the visit. Betterton Public Landing Engineering Study, that was a $20,000 study to look at try improvements in the area around Betterton to help protect the slips. That's pending. It's just on our list to do. Get to that. The Betterton Pier repair, that's that fire that happened out there. We have a contractor lined up. We were able to get them because they were going to do some other work in Betterton. That project permit got held up, so they weren't able to start that. The reason we have to try to get, we've had a hard time getting anybody because we have to drive a pile, replacement pile. So they got to bring in their boat and everything like that. So that's put off until the spring. So we're waiting on that. But they're under contract. As soon as things open up, they'll be out there to do it. It's still, people can still get around it. It's just getting the darn thing fixed. Engineering, the courthouse lobby expansion, Dan and I have been working on that. I get some feedback on that. We'll be coming back to you in terms of recommendations on how that lobby expansion would be done and looking at what the potential costs associated with that are. I pushed for the courthouse security review. Got a lot of requests from improving security there in terms of exit doors and cameras and things like that. So we requested the state folks to come in and do an updated security review to help justify the expenses associated with that. They provided that review, and that helps moving along the requests that they've had for additional security measures out there. So those grants have been submitted for that. Talked about the Village of Kennedyville, Sharptown Access Road right away. That's an ongoing issue. We'll be talking to you about that at the next meeting. Our biennial bridge inspections we're required to do by law. I've started up for this 2-year period, so they're ongoing. Previously, we told you K1 and 2 bridges rehab was completed.
Before we go too far, Mike.
Go ahead.
You heard me say earlier that Ronnie and I will be attending a meeting.
Yes.
Up at the Village of Kennedyville on Sunday around 11. Can you give us a real brief, for my personal knowledge, a real brief list of what the county is supposed to be doing up there?
Well, the next thing, we're replacing some trees. We've done some spraying, got all that done. We're looking at the trail around the stormwater pond. It's a gravel trail, walking trail. At some point, now that the roads are turned over, we'll make an inquiry to Delmarva Power as far as the streetlights at the intersections.
And they haven't been turned over yet.
The streets, right? It has to be recorded, which I think he is going to be done next week or something like that.
Yeah,
So that path that goes around, are they gonna be putting more stone down, or?
No, it's to actually build the path. There's no stone there now. It's a walking trail that never got built. One of the big things that we don't have the funding for is the dredging of the stormwater pond. It was never done when it was converted from an erosion sediment control into a pond. So that has to be surveyed to find out what the depths are, and then they have to go in and dredge that out. It's typically done after the project's completed and all the lots are developed, which is, of course, where we're at now. So, we had asked for $150,000 in funding, but didn't make it into the budget. So we're working on some of the little stuff that we can kind of do in-house to do that.
So basically trees, lighting, and the walkway.
Right, and the other big ask, which will be corrected once the roads are turned over, we'll be contacting the fiber companies to let them know they could submit for utility permits. So.
You think that'll be done next week, the filing of the deed?
So Tom has the signed deed back from the original developer. Now he has some intake sheets to complete. The complication there is that it's not just a deeded piece of property to another deeded piece of property, that has a tax map, et cetera. So he's got to go through and piece it together. So, he just said it's a matter of sitting down with it and going through it, and then he'll record it. And we'll know in our office as soon as it's recorded.
Some of the issues that they're going to talk about at this meeting, one is we provide them at their request with no parking signs. The HOA agreement doesn't allow parking in some areas, and there's some people that are parking at the dead ends at the end. So there'll probably be some pushback from some residents there about them trying to enforce that provision that they're supposed to do. And I know they're having some problem getting people paid up as far as their HOA fees. So there's that issue. It's there. The other thing, obviously, is the pump station number 2, replacement. That's in process, as I mentioned, too. I'll be interested in that, relocating the pump station from off the state road to right behind the small pond that's right there, where you come in off of Dairy Lane. So that project is moving ahead.
All that information it's certainly going to be helpful to me, when we meet with the citizens there.
Yeah, I'll try to, Krista sent an email, just some follow-ups and some
Stormwater pond,
stuff.
it's not that it's not working though, is it?
What's that?
The stormwater pond they have there, that big pond.
It's functioning. It's not what we need to do, what you have to do every time you do a development like that. What they'll do is, because they direct all the stormwater to this one spot where the pond's gonna be, to act as a stormwater basement, they use that as for erosion sediment control, for the runoff that comes off the dirt and everything that's there. So that builds up because it's capturing that rather than putting it out in the stream. So when the project's done and all that area contributing to it is now stabilized, you go in and you clean that area out to take all that sediment that you've been trapping so that you restore the capacity of that pond. Because the pond has to have a certain amount of capacity to handle the flows that come into it, as well as the holding time for sediment to settle out for the release, the quality of the water going out. And that just never happened.
Is that something that the county has the ability to do?
No, we'd have to hire a contractor. We don't have an excavator. And we'd have to get a surveyor. You have to have a surveyor go in, and they put markers in the pond, which probably aren't there anymore, that show where the depth, it's like a depth gauge. You can see where that sediment builds up, and then it's time to maintain it. But we'll need to survey it against the plans to make sure that profile in the bottom is restored. Because what it does, it comes in, and now these new ones, comes into an area, and that kind of traps it, and it diverts it into the other area where it detains it. You try to catch a lot of the sediment, and from there it overflows into the pipes, and then it takes it down to the other pond, and then outlets to go across the road out into the stream. So we need a surveyor to go in to survey that, and then have to have a contractor go and excavate it out. So, but it's not something that's critical. It's something we can work into next year.
I think it's also, this is not going to be helpful for the HOA meeting this weekend. But I think it needs to be mentioned, because we haven't mentioned it yet today, is the water and wastewater infrastructure it doesn't serve the empty lots. So it still has to be built, basically. So you could say, you could say build a house on this lot, but it's not ready to be built yet.
The road has to be extended,
Right.
and utilities go in, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So, okay. Like I said, with roads, the K-15 road, that's Lamson Forest, that's under final design. We've submitted through the state. Normally what it is, it's an 80-20 split. County pays 20% of it. With the infrastructure funding from the feds, because it is federal money, we've applied to try to get 100% funding for that. So we're looking at that. The next project that's on the list eventually will be Morgneck Road. That got bumped because of the problems with the Lamson Forest Bridge. We've got some funding that was set aside for that 20%. We're going to be asking to see if Morgneck could also be 100% funded, again, from this infrastructure stuff, and possibly use some of that design money, convert it to that to kickstart it, because everybody likes shovel-ready type stuff for these bridges. So, again, opportunities to get funding. And Clark Road, the pipe replacement that you awarded, that's looking at a February start. So for that one, talking to Bramble. Any questions on that list? I'll touch on this ARPA one that I gave you. Good? Still with us, Al? All right. The ARPA sheet that I gave you is to give you an update in terms of where the different projects, okay? What we do is we track the estimates of what we've got, where we have, it's in italics. Those are estimates that we don't have anything confirmed yet on, just some numbers we plugged in as a placeholder. Then as we get contracted amounts, that corrects that. Actual will be after the project's done. And then the column is the FY24 budget, which is actually what's in the budget book. So if you take the estimates and total them up, we're at 1.2 million. We broke them down to the high, medium, and low priority. You saw I mentioned there Fairleigh 3 and the Wharton Media replacement. We've had low priority. That gives us $60,000 or $100,000 maybe to work with to try stay in our budget. The budget we're working towards is the 1.192 million at the bottom there. That is using the remaining ARPA funds and what is in the FY24 capital budget. That number there, the 537,000, is shown over in the column over on the right, where we had our budget requests broken down between water capital, administrative capital, and sewer. Through the budget process, it was reduced down, the sewer was reduced down from the 933,200 to a total of 537. So that's where that money fund is coming in. So it shows you the projects that we're working on to get to that point where we have all the ARPA and the capital budget money assessed. Two projects that are going to be big issues in terms of where that money's spent is Kennedyville Pump Station 2, building that, construction management, and the press. I have a proposal for getting the press design going, as I mentioned, $64,940 to get the design for the specifications to purchase the press. Press itself, I think, is like $360,000 for the press and equipment for that. So,
And Mike, can you just explain in a couple sentences what that press is?
the press is used to dewater the sludge that is produced as a result of the treatment process. So those solids come out there in a liquid form. In order to take it to the landfill, which is our sole source of disposal of the sludge, it has to be dewatered to at least 20% solids. So it's sort of a solid. You can hold it in your hand, and the water is not dripping out of it. It holds that with the chemicals, the polymers we use. So we need to have that to do that. With that press has been out of service, and I think that was one of the contributing factors where that lagoon filled up that we had to go and get taken care of. I want to not have to eventually find out that we've got to do that again. So the press will take that solids out, dewaters it, we can load it in a trailer, and we take it out to the landfill and deposit it there. You have to keep that solids level under control in the process, because if it builds up too much, then your process goes bad, and now you're discharging these solids into the stream, which becomes a violation. That's why it's an important part of it, to do that. Right now, what we're doing temporarily, which is very labor-intensive and messy, is we have a dumpster and we buy these silt bags, and we hook the hose to it and pump this stuff in the silt bag, and then it just sits and the water oozes out of it, and then you let it sit for a while and dry. The problem with that is probably the outer shell of that gets pretty dry, but the inner shell doesn't get that 20% solids. So we're not being very consistent. So far, they've been taking it, because I don't think nobody's crazy about digging around to find out what's in there.
When you said hold it in your hand, I was gonna say, I'll let you do that.
So that's the issue, but that's why it needs to be replaced, because what's there now is completely shot. I think one of the comments Chris Yannick has said is that it was more of a commercial press when it was put in, rather than one specifically designed for wastewater facilities, which can have a lot of different stuff coming through it. So that's probably, if we had to prioritize between the two, the press would be our preference. Obviously, with Kennedyville 2, the discussion we had with that is trying to deal with what Mr. Fithian was talking about in terms of these infrastructure, water and sewer infrastructure that was needed, that was an impediment to the development continuing on that and going. So by building Kennedyville Pump Station 2 to replace it, that takes that off the table as far as a developer was supposed to have done that. The problem why we're doing it now is because all these years have gone by when the pump station should have been replaced. Now we've got to do it on our nickel to get it done. But that has, again, an effect on helping with that project to move forward in Kennedyville, because now that's not a cost that we were looking for the developer to take on. So my goal, again, has always been from the get-go, and when this ARPA kicked in, is to utilize that for a lot of water and wastewater infrastructure that needed to be replaced.
So this piece of equipment, I understand what it does and why it's needed. Has the county ever had one of these pieces of equipment?
Yeah, the press that's there now. Matter of fact, we used the press for not only Wharton, but Kennedyville. If you've been out to Kennedyville, has that old trailer there. There was a press in there that's kaplooey, that's worn out. And so instead of trying to fix that, we were taking the sludge from the Kennedyville wastewater plant down to Wharton to go through that press instead of buying another one. So it was actually taking care of two facilities. Now, Kennedyville doesn't have a lot to it, but.
And I think it's important to note that regardless of who actually hauls it to the landfill, we should be pressing it.
Yeah, but it has to be dewatered for the landfill to take it. They're not going to take a liquid form. We wouldn't be allowed under their permit.
And for the, I understand all that, but what I don't understand is the solid press replacement design of just call it $65,000. There's not a, so in my world, if I call somebody to give me an estimate on something, and maybe they build that in their cost, but they'll send an engineer out and say, so say your daughter's building her house now. And if you say, look, we're going to use John Smith, and he uses Carrier equipment, Carrier will send an engineer out and design a system for your daughter's house because they want to sell you the equipment. I'm sure there's some fee, some money built in, but I mean, we don't have, I guess what I'm saying is, we're paying for, that is not included in the.
That's factored in is the manufacturer's rep for that piece of equipment has provided that proposal I mentioned in terms of the specifications. Now, we have to not just buy sole source, there's other manufacturers that may also do that. So the engineering looks at those two, we bid them out, we get prices, and then on the basis of selecting one of them, that unit, then they use those specifications to design the chemical addition that goes with it, the demolition of the old press, the installation of the new press, the power that goes to the press. There's conveyor systems that tend to work with all that stuff. All those are the pieces, it's, as opposed to not getting this and then you bolt it in place.
And again, okay.
Yeah.
And again, there's not, this is gonna be a one-of-a-kind press?
Well, it's, when you say one of a kind, it's,
I'm saying that there's no other press out there, I mean,
there's other presses, yes.
Okay, but going back, I seem to be going every meeting. I mean, I can't believe that there's not one, I'm picking on, Centerville doesn't have a press, well, we need what Centerville has.
It's different because of how the setup is, how the feed piping is. Where you're going from, let's say we're talking about a compressor, an air compressor.
Now, I'm talking about this press. I'm saying that why can't we go to somebody who has a press and say, we need exactly what Centerville has. That's our system, the same amount of people, we're using 10,000 gallons more a day or 10,000 gallons less a day. I just can't, I don't know, I guess that's part of it, just,
Off the shelf.
yeah,
Wondering
off
why
the
people
shelf.
buy this off the shelf.
Well, that's my example with an air compressor, because most of those are just, it's a standard unit you can press in. With a press, you're tying it into the capacity that's needed, the associated accessory equipment that makes that work. Because it's not just a matter of squeezing something.
I understand what you're saying,
So we've
but I
gotta
also
mate all
understand
that.
that's what makes a $60,000 pole barn turn into a $409,000 pole barn. And I'm not saying their hands aren't tied doing it, but that's why our emergency services pole barn's gonna be $500,000 because of the stuff like that.
And the other thing, from a procurement standpoint, we have to have contract specifications, the bonding, all that kind of stuff that goes with it, to make sure that the taxpayers' monies, we don't end up with something where the contractor says, I'll be back in 2 years, or he has to finish at a certain time. All the pieces that go into it are the right pieces that go into it rather than something else. So,
I'm not blaming you.
I know
I'm
you're not.
I'm
I
not
know.
blaming you at all. I'm
It's
just saying.
difficult when you get into municipal type stuff, because nothing's
Right.
standardized.
Right.
It's not like, I'm going to have to decide whether it's a Ford or a Chevy.
How frequently does this need to be done?
The press, pressing or replacing it, the press?
No.
How often are you going to use it, I think is what it's.
Oh, it's used on a very regular basis.
Ongoing.
Yeah, because you're constantly, it's, let's say you have the tank and this gunk's coming in, stuff settles
It's
out.
our first line of defense.
Yeah, you've got to take this stuff out to get it pressed to keep up with what's coming in. And that's the process. So unless we can stop that part of it, which we can't, we've got to keep processing it to keep up with it. Otherwise, the plant, it gets an upset stomach, and then it stops performing properly. And then that causes other problems elsewhere. So it's not something we can hire a contractor come in. I only need you to come in every once. And that's a whole nother thing if you try to do that, because we had that same arrangement we had to do with the lagoon, because they put in a different type of press. It was a centrifuge, but they had to rent that, set it up, all those things associated with it. But that was a once and done deal. That's why that worked that way. But with this one of the things because it's, as it broke down, and with those bags we've got to do, we have to do that when people are on staff. With this press, you can set it up to run automatically at night and process, because it have the associated alarms and pumps and things like that, so that it releases my staff to do other things. So there's an advantage with that press to be able to do that, because it becomes automated. It's not easy.
You need one more project, Mr. Murphy.
Water, wastewater is its own little, it's its own
I
thing.
hate to spend $300,000
It's
to
one of,
remove, to
I know.
remove water out of, you know what?
It's part of the process.
It might be, but that's a lot of money.
It is a lot
It
of money.
is, but it's, these, wastewater treatment plants used to be, you go in there, you had a switch, it was
Need more
manual,
fiber.
off, or auto, that was it,
Still gotta get the water out.
That's right. But, so we could figure out if people don't have to poop anymore.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen.
Mike, I
Well-
know you're on a time crunch. Can I have you for 5 minutes after we
Sure.
finish here? Okay.
I gotta get my dogs to the kennel because I'm leaving for Atlanta tomorrow morning.
I've about had enough too. I gotta go up and tell Mr. Miller how I let a deer run into me last night too before I leave, so I gotta.
Okay.
Which is one of the items I need to talk to you about.
I do have one real quick question.
Okay.
We've heard that before.
Really, it's just a quick question, because I always like to be prepared, or try to be prepared and forward-thinking.
And the last one to have anything to say.
And forward-thinking. And the last one to have anything to say. But, Mike, there's a rumor circulating, and, you know, you certainly have a lot on your plate. And as much as you might not think so, I do think that you do a fine job with a very difficult job to begin with, especially when it comes to water and wastewater. But anyhow, the rumor that is circulating, and I just feel like the county needs to be prepared if in fact this is your intention in the near future. There's been rumor that maybe you might be thinking about retiring.
Is this like a closed, we're still in open session?
I don't think it's a closed session unless you want it to be a closed
Well, I mean,
session.
I don't-
I'm just wondering if
If we're
he's,
talking about personnel.
well, I'm just wondering if he's willing to share what his intentions are, so we could think about how we're going to move forward. We have an awful lot here on our plate
We do have a lot of
that, you know, if he's thinking about something, that if he would be willing to share it, so that we could properly advertise well in advance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
The rumor is
well,
that you may be
because everybody
thinking
knows I'm
about it.
getting older. I just had a
Well, I
birthday.
didn't say that. And look, if you're not comfortable answering it, fine, but
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously something that's on my mind now in terms of stuff, and I had mentioned to Shelley that I want to, I'm looking into it, because there's opportunity there with when my wife passed away, I have the opportunity to get Social Security as a survivor benefit, but then there's always a penalty associated with the timing, you lose money where you don't. So I could take advantage of that in terms of then wait until I'm 70 to get the full amount, so there's options there. So those are things try to get my appointment for Social Security, and it's like 3 months, so I finally got an appointment on the 21st. But that's where I'm exploring all this kind of thing to see where it is. But yeah, I mean, it's another year go by, and
You have another 15 years left in you.
we'll have to see, but.
the reason why I bring it up is that I would ask that you consider at least giving us as much notice.
Right.
So that we can properly reach out. You know, we had a tough time finding Dan. And obviously, you know, we want to have some time to make some good decisions, so.
Okay.
I just think it's a fair thing for us to ask, that's
Sure.
all.
Yeah, I'm aware. Well, my concern too is when I do leave, there's a lot of projects I'd like to see completed, and my staff, I've done a lot of work getting that staff developed, and I've got a good team, so I don't want to necessarily leave them in a lurch either. Okay?
Good.
Mhm.